Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? UFOs, AI, ridiculous market. What's next? Proof of a deity? Also, good morning and luck this week, sir. Thanks, Mass. Sub, Harry. Okay, just so everyone knows, the futures roll has not changed the price of SPX. Okay? So that gap up in the futures contract it's showing you, it's because the June contract is trading at 43.15. No problem, Space Banana. Let the clown games begin. Ding ding. That's a bit different. All right. Vic should open up this morning quite a bit. Good morning. I get to participate today. Awesome. All right, give me a second. Let me pull up positioning. All right. It's like a big pump to the call side at market open. And I'm not sure if those are sold. They may be sold. There's a small gap. How wrecked are my puts? Well, we're going to find out this week. I've blown up another account over the weekend. How much did you have to pay Attenborough to get him on stream on Friday? Any thoughts on Affirm? It's in the same basket as Upstart. It tends to perform similarly. I don't think it's as good a company, but Morgan Stanley downgraded Bill to 105 PT. Come on down. Nice, Pi Squared. I know you were getting excited about shorting that. SRX rockets and put cost rises. How does that work? That's a good question. They may be pulling back short puts that expire this Friday. They may have started pulling them back in the pre-market session. It's still much too early for us to tell, but you said yesterday when we got to the top of the green box, that's when you buy puts. Well, I buy more puts. So when we near 43.25, that's when you'd be loading up for later this week. Yeah, if we hit 43.25. Oil's spicy as fuck. Yeah, it is. It's down a shitload this morning, and for some reason, SPX is still up. Yeah, oil's down 300 BPS to $68 a barrel. No mention of GME on Sunday stream. Yeah, nobody asked about it. Any thoughts on liquidity? So, well, we had some realization of liquidity through the earnings call. It doesn't look like it's continuing. It's kind of turning around. It's still way too early to say for sure. Um, but the momentum of the liquidity realization has fallen off, and most of that liquidity was realized to the downside, which means that there was selling. Probably institutions, probably not very many of them, but probably some institutions that had bought based on the idea of continued profitability, which we didn't see this quarter. Possibly some ETFs selling out as well. It's contracting again, so we'll see if it continues to contract into the shareholders meeting, which is Wednesday morning. I'll also be keeping an eye on IV to see if that starts to tick up. Why won't Fubo do the honorable thing and drop below $1.50? Hey, Pi-Fi, do you still believe in MOASS? No, I don't, James. Think we may just chop until JPOW. That's a possibility, yeah. Ideally, we chop in the lower range. Like around 42.75, 42.60. Although I guess we could get hung up at 4,300. I do think some of the long positioning already pulled back last week, and we may see more of it pull back today, especially with oil basically crashing. So yeah, let's see what happens over the course of today. But yeah, I think a pullback and then stabilization in a lower range isn't out of the question. I don't see them giving up 42.50 until there's news. Unless this whole thing's just gonna dump straight to hell, because 42.50 is extremely well defended. At least until this Friday. I tried asking about GME, but I wasn't a member. That's because you suck. Is there anything significant about SPY and SPX BPS moves not lining up? It could have to do with the futures role. There's going to be some arbitrage opportunities there. The futures roll for ES, or all equity futures, begins today, by the way. So a lot of you may have seen your broker's futures price change dramatically overnight. That was the roll. Well, the beginning of it. We moved from the June to the September contract in front. Grok, would you say GME is more game or stop? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Cohen will provide forward guidance at the shareholders meeting. Treasury short's insane for thinking they can short oil to 50. They must be out of their fucking minds. In order to have the same realized effect of the last year on inflation, oil would have to fall below about $50 a barrel. Which is something I made note of last night. I don't know if you read the Pickles Picks thing. I did a fairly extensive macro write-up till 3 in the morning. Yeah. I tried to ask about GME, but it was after the stream had ended, and I don't own GME. Stopped out of my calls. Let's dump. That'd be cool. Yeah, futures are not looking so very bullish right now. Found a little bit of support at 43.08. Oh, I guess I'll use the new contract. 43.50. Can Fubo still go below 150, or is this the best opportunity we will have to load up? I think so. I mean, it's still realizing. No, it's still being shorted. I guess is the best way to put it. I don't see a reason why it can't go below but like $1.50. I expect that we'll see some downside in indices over the next week. Maybe that'll be the opportunity. Short positions definitely aren't coming in as strongly as they were prior to their better earnings, but I still think $1.50 isn't out of the question. I do not think it's going to fall back below $1. I think that's really unlikely. Isn't Yellen doing like 200 billion today? She's doing like 300. Ha ha ha. Forward guidance at the shareholders meeting. Greg, is this a Netflix comedy special? It's just an audition for one. Either the GME board hates money or have reason to be optimistic for two members to buy in. Yeah, their shareholding's still basically irrelevant. Rickle pick. Why haven't we seen big downs after Yellen has begun selling treasuries? Well, she's only been selling short-dated T-bills so far. There hasn't been any significant reduction in on RRP, so we're not seeing like liquidity come back into the equity market in response to the short-dated securities. But she's also not getting as many bidders on those short-dated securities. So, you know, if she really wants to refill the TGA, it looks like participants want longer term, and they want to see those yields pop up. So, I mean, I know last week there was the week before and last week there were two separate offers that came in, you know, at like 25% of the total offering. So the short dated not so attractive, especially with on RRP being as high as it currently is. Do you still see long-term potential for Fubo? I mean, management's sticking to their guns. They're so far delivering what they promised. As long as they continue to do that, then yeah. I think they still remain a decent buyout target as well. Bilbo Bagholder, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the movement. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking movement. Praise be to RC and the BYPs, cause I need geometer real soon, man. Got the bad GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that show. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke.
Loud. Yeah, that's from the Sunday stream. Just blame Dork. Yeah, so the GME calls that have been coming in are sold. $23, $24, and $25 very, very heavily. I don't see any significant long call interest on the chain. Seems to me anyone who bought in the last year is now profitable and incentivized to take those profits and roll into secure returns. Yep. Yeah, there is definitely going to be some trimming. I think even if we are pushing into a bull market and confidence is through the roof and we're gonna continue up. A pullback is almost healthy at this point. Year-to-date returns on the top 8 tech stocks are egregious. So yeah, I'd expect that we'll see some profit taking. Today should be telling on T-bills. 195 bill today, 101 tomorrow. 72 of 3 and 10-year notes on auction today. 18 bill and 30 tomorrow. Yep. How do you know calls and puts on the chain are bought versus sold? Well, you can tell by the skew. They need to be sold in fairly large numbers, but you can also look at the time and sales. You've asked me that exact same question 3 other times, D-Engineer. This is the 4th time. I've answered it every time, so I'm confused as to why you continue to ask it. Do you make anything of Goldman Sachs' lofty ambitions for both oil and SPY SPX? $75 and $4,500 respectively. No. When did they announce that? I mean, I believe $75 for oil is more than possible. Probably higher by end of year. I would say 90 by end of year on oil, but SPY SPX, I don't know. I don't see 4,500 happening just yet. Yeah, so we have a fairly decent number of 0 DTEs at 43.10. Then we have a bit of a drop off at 43.15, 43.20. And a fairly significant number of interest at 43.25. 43.25 might be sold. I'm not entirely sure yet, but they very well could be. Just like, you know, a lot of them came in at market open, right above the collar. Kind of as we were dropping off there. So yeah, those may be sold. As far as put interest goes, really nothing until we fall below 4,300. So if we fill the gap, futures are fairly stable at, you know, Friday's like end of day resistance. So not too much change there. They're up 19 BPS from close. Is Jimmy sub 20 a thing anymore? Yeah, it can. I mean, it can happen. Yeah. Goldman's mouthpieces have been yelling about it all morning. It's their end of year forecasts. And I don't think it actually means anything if they're stating it publicly. Oh, fair enough, D-Engineer. So MOASS was the first squeeze in January, and everything since was just copium. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there were other similar events that occurred on a quarterly basis for about a year and a half that were almost as profitable as January. Those have subsided significantly. Holy fuck. NVIDIA's cliff diving. Is that NASDAQ doing dumpies? Ooh. No. Not really. Thoughts on Upstart? Are you still leaning bearish? I mean, I think it's going to return to 20. I think it's going to take a couple months. I'm not in a big rush for it to get back there. I want to practice straddling SPX. How do I figure out my ranges and channels based on the options positioning every day? I mean, right now it's pretty easy because we're up against the JPM collar to the upside, and then downside is pretty well defended at 4,300. So, um, you know, dropping below 4,300 is going to be increasingly bearish as it approaches 4,250. Above 4,300 is likely to test the collar. I used to know nothing about GME. Now I know with certainty. I know absolutely nothing about how GME moves. Walked in here, saw that candle. I was like, yep. Still a blank slate upstairs. Nice. JPM paying 280 million for the Epstein lawsuit. Holy guacamole. Oh, I think I heard about that. Because they were kind of aware of some of his financial transactions and didn't say anything. Nvidia's not green. It also dropped $4 in 5 minutes. Now it's great again. An hour ago, an article came out on 3 stocks poised to plunge. Nvidia was the lead. Oh fuck, it's gonna go to 450. U.S. preparing evacuation plans for American citizens in Taiwan. Yeah, the State Department does that all the time. I heard the Goldman 4500 guy is the same guy that said FRC to 110 before bankruptcy. Okay. So, qualified. That's on VIX up 6.5%, while SPX is up 30 BPS. We're entering the roll period from VIX being at like 1350. So I would say that it's expected. The average range for VIX is between like 13 and 19. So we have FOMC this week. We have the Treasury dumping. We have CPI and PPI. We have we have the Philadelphia and New York Fed, like monthly reports. We have Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. So this week is just packed with data. Um, I would say it's seeing VIX move up is perfectly reasonable. Some of their managers were talking to the Island Man about kids using code phrases in emails, work emails. Classy. Excuse me. Got some Meta 250p and AMD 115p for July. They probably need rolling out to August. Do you think it's more beneficial to roll them ahead of the data or wait till after? This week is so annoying. I mean, you might want to wait because you might not need to roll them. I know Lisa Sue just exercised a bunch of her options. That might have like kind of a knock-on effect. And we also have, SLD this week as well. And quad witching. Jesus Christ, it's going to be busy. Which sector are you most confident in with our current economic environment? Can we confidently going down too? Thanks. I'm confident that tech is overvalued, and I'm confident that oil is underpriced. So I've been moving primarily for the last few months, while it's been down, like long energy and utilities. I've been getting out of REITs, and last week I closed most, if not all, of my tech positions. Call interest at 19, Jan 24, 127.50 keeps increasing since last week, up to 40K. Why or what's the position strategy? Probably just selling volatility while it's up. SPX doesn't give a fuck what VIX, oil, Nvidia, or anything else is doing. Yeah, it sounds like volatility positioning, Dan. Do you think we could test the color this morning? Yeah, it's possible. We're very close to it. Is 616 enough theta for the QQQ straddle if you don't have enough for SPX straddle, or is 2 weeks plus needed for QQQ SPY? Yeah, I don't think adding more theta to QQQ and SPY makes the straddles more profitable. Actually, less theta is probably a little more desirable there to keep that premium costs down. Fat volume candle on futures. Several fat volume candles today. I mean, yeah, the roll's starting, so expect futures volume is going to be nuts. I've seen you since the early days. You've always had the vape, but to my knowledge, you've never changed flavors. Is it pineapple, mango, something? No, it's like some sort of fruit mint. Instead of finding the institution, the Fed should have held the individuals criminally responsible in the JPM situation. Probably, but I mean, their compliance department and stuff is obviously liable there, right? So the finding the institution kind of makes sense. Those emails should have been being monitored. And then, whoever was monitoring them is obviously culpable and not disclosing anything to the authorities. When does the Fed payday bank loan program end? The discount window's almost closed. I mean, so the liquidity provided in March and a little bit in May, following the next FOMC rate increase when we had all the trouble with like PacWest and FRC. That seems to be mostly closed out. So I would say that the liquidity provided by it's largely gone. It's still a little elevated from where it was pre-March, but barely. Playing wheat? No, not really. I'm well aware of the flooding in Ukraine. If headline starts to tick up again, and food prices start to get volatile, maybe, but not right now. Yield curve doing some stuff. What, looking even shittier or reverting? Do you see this uptrend testing 4320 at the color before failing? Yeah, it very well could. There's enough calls on the chain for us to see a test of 4320. We may not. It may just break down. We're at a pretty significant level right now. As far as like the open interest on the call side goes. But there are calls at 4320, so a test of it's not out of the question. I have stops on my straddle right now, and I tighten them up too. So if this doesn't break up, I'm gonna stop out of the call side. Big picture wise, when equity dumps, commodities up, right? Does SRF count as a commodity? Yeah. Is it likely to hold its ground eventually when we see a steeper correction? Yeah, it shouldn't drop significantly with market prices. I mean, SRF's price is based basically on the price of spot uranium, right? So it's very unlikely that that's going to tank with the market. Given the potential catalyst, market uncertainty, etc., would you target a Vega play and close if it hits at the money? I've already targeted some Vega plays, and um, I was considering picking up some September puts as well at the beginning of this week. But yeah, I mean, while VIX was sub 14, I was picking up some longer dated put positions with decent Vega. The multiplier, if you guys aren't aware, on SPX is quite high. Thought I'd get to scoop more DVN with oil so low. Sads. How's it doing today? Yeah, it's down like 30 BPS. It's not at a bad price. Yeah, still down from Friday's close. It could still fall off. Some of this may be like sold calls closing. I mean, oil's down almost 400 BPS today, so I'd imagine like DVN will feel some of that soon. Do you think GME's IV will go up in any way, in any significant way before the meeting? It could. And it's probably going up right now. At least a little. Any reason why GME doesn't get shorted right now? Well, the market's not dropping, so it makes it harder to short. Generally, shorting an illiquid stock into a rising market is fucking stupid. I think short volatility positions are well aware of that. What do you think of DBO as an oil ETF? I don't really know much about it. It's an oil fund? Yeah, I don't really know anything about it. It's fairly illiquid. seems to track moderately well with the like spot price of oil. I can't believe Meta's almost 270. Like, why? What's a good price for Oxy? Well, it was 56, but then Buffett started buying it at 58. So do with that what you will. Despite what you said on the Dilly stream, I've picked up 7 2300 Ps. Nice. Interesting. Future's selling off a bit here. Still no test of 4350 yet. SPX actually selling off a little bit harder than futures. VIX moving up. When volatility return to the market and make my puts go up? Thanks. VIX is up like 6.8% today. It should be helping your puts a little bit, especially if you bought them when VIX was at 13. DVN got its dividend on Wednesday. I know. Sellers of calls are also acutely aware of that misery, shorting GME into a rising market. Welp, here we go again. Would you fucking sell them in the money again? No one ever learns. When volatility return the market and make my puts go up? Every time he says interesting, I end up losing money. I didn't say interesting about anything specific though. It wasn't like positional. It was just curious that SPX dumped a little harder than futures did. Although there's going to be some disparity between them, right? Because it's the roll period. Jimmy 25. Cheers, J-Dog. Jimmy 25 be splattered by sold calls like a mosquito on my windshield. Wait, what? I mean, there's already a shitload of sold calls at 25 on GME. So, I assume that you're referring to 10,000 shares purchased by Atoll. Is this what you're talking about? This is your bullish thesis at 2268. It's an inconsequential and insignificant number of shares. I'm trying to sell bear call spreads and the net bid ask just went negative. What? Yeah, VVIX is still kind of poopy. Time to fill the contract roll gap. That'd be cool. I'd very much like for this to go under 4,300. I have puts there that would very much enjoy being in the money. It's not the amount of shares or the dollar value that's interesting. It's the timing. They saw sub 20 but didn't buy, but chose to buy at 22. Just a thought. Maybe they don't care. So it is about the dollar value. You just said it's not about the dollar value, but then you said they bought at 22 instead of 20 or 18. Make up your mind. You know, most people aren't traders. They don't try to nail the top and the bottom. They just buy. If I could probably provide you with a list of undesirable insider buys across the market over the last 5 years, and you would find that insiders are not super great at buying the top and the bottom. I will tell you that Elon Musk and Jensen Huang are pretty phenomenal at selling the top, but aside from them, maybe they saw the price going up and they bought. Maybe. Maybe they didn't know the CEO was going to get fired. Maybe Ryan Cohen said one of you fuckers better buy some stock because we just fired the CEO. Which is probably more likely than any other outcome. Unless they're the Fed, ultimate insiders. Well, you know the market has bottomed when the Fed buys back in. Isn't it kind of weird to see a recovery so soon after leadership change? Well, not really. I mean, all the puts that were opened for earnings closed the day after. So that's going to drive the price back up, right? A bunch of puts went in the money and they closed. That's usually how that works. Most earnings drop offs are met with like a small bounce following. Look at Target. It could also be, and this might be a shocker, this is the moment when they had funds available to buy in. You need to calm the fuck down, J8. All right? Don't forget a lot of insiders just sell because they consider it part of their pay, and they don't care what the price is. Yeah, I know. Good morning, Ending. Consumer inflation expectations at 11 a.m. More or less relevant than the Michiganders? Is that what they're called? They should call them Michelanders. That would be a better name. Or Michingtons. Hmm. Interesting. Ugh. Michigonians? Michichlorians. Okay. No more ghosting Girk. What do you mean? I haven't bought anything today. Actually, that's not true. I bought some QQQ pets this morning, but not on this account. Vic's gonna follow? Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. I still have a cough, but it's a lot better than it was last week. Michelob Ultra. Poor Furlong, dude just wanted a paycheck, and RC's been telling him he'll get paid when the NFT marketplace turns a profit. No wonder he left. I wouldn't be shocked if more C-suite were to leave GME in the future. We still don't see a real bull market these days. I'm over leveraged to the tip and puts because I don't see any way anything is bullish. Everything leads to money leaving the markets. Yeah, I know. But right now, dealers are net long and asset managers are just buying shit. So Attenborough held our hands tenderly on Friday. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. I can't. I don't even know what causes the little emojis to float up in the chat. I also don't know how to turn that the fuck off. Because I would if I could. Are you still bullish about GME long term? Well, they've got a lot of our money, and they haven't done anything with it yet. My hope is that they will do something with it. Although the more time that passes and they don't do anything with it, the less confident I am that they will eventually. RC, these are as good as money, sir. These are GME shares. I mean, they're highly liquid. QQQ July 21st, 325s. Gherk, close after this week if no big down or keep for OPEX. Thank you for all the insight. I'd be more lost than I already am. That's up to you. I mean, obviously, this week presents your best opportunity for the foreseeable future of something happening to put those anywhere near the money. You're going to need quite the steep drop for them to realize profitability, but they could. It's not out of the question. Looks like we're going to stay between 42,300 and 43.15 for a while. What do you think? I don't think one of those numbers is applicable in any sense. Even if it was 42.30. Are my 630 QQQ 355 puts safe? Aren't you in the money? Oh, no, you're like 50 cents out of the money? Yeah, I don't think you're in a terrible position there. Stocks are cool and all, but I was playing Diablo 4 over the weekend. What's your build, Gurk? I'm running Werebear with a focus on Fortify, Ravens, and Petrify. I feel unstoppable. I have Ice Shards, Sorcerer. It's busted. Our money, not r/money. Why the fuck would I reference a subreddit in that sentence? Oil's still dropping, yet DVN and Oxy just chilling. Yeah, Oxy's a little more surprising than DVN, actually. You'd think that Oxy would fall off with this, but everyone wants to buy before Buffett fucks them over. So I guess it makes sense. He bought at 58 last time. These are just as good as money. These are GME NFT IOUs. GME Senior Director of HR left for unknown reasons end of May. Oh, I wonder what those unknown reasons were. Can we get them on the stream? Someone reach out to them on LinkedIn. See if they want to talk. How does the SPX OI look like on the call side for the next few hours? Looks like positioning's pretty stagnant around the current levels. 43.10 and 43.25 are the two peaks. I think 43.25s are largely sold. The collar is obviously at 43.20. So upside from here is kind of limited. Further out of the money calls, 30, 35, 40, 45 seem to be selling off. Put interest is picking up a little bit, but not a ton. We're seeing some come in at like 42.70, 42.80. Really not bearish unless we fall below 4,300 though. No significant data today until 11. So no like pre-market data today. We do have to perform breathing techniques on pickles. Thanks, YouTube filter, to get a 10% drop on Lily. I don't know. This maybe the CEO. You can get him to sell off some of his holdings if you breathe on his pickle appropriately. Gorg, I sold 22 and 23 cc's for 616, and I'm just letting Jesus take the wheel. Oh shit. Somebody do a wellness check on Rusty. He's been crying in his car for 12 months, and now he's letting Jesus take the wheel. This sounds like a threat. $42,300 end of day. Let's fucking go. Compared to SPY and QQQ, is IWM still have more room to run to the upside? 191 is the next resistance. Yeah, it does seem to be bouncing back a little more fervently. Or we're just seeing share recalls occur across small and mid caps. Which, given the price action on GME and Carvana over the last few weeks, I would say is very possible. You up for a challenge? For each emoji we spam in the next 5 minutes, you buy one GME share. Yeah, if GME was at $5, I might take you up on that. Ice shards are basically the Diablo version of a shotgun to the face. It's a fun build. It just blows everything up. In a game where blowing things up is not encouraged for some reason. Oil, yeah, I know. 67 a barrel. I'm watching it, Dork. I'm watching it. I got my eyes on it. It's only 400 basis points. It's not no big deal, right? The contract's rolling. How much do you squat? I haven't been to a gym actively in like 2.5 years. Almost 3. I have no idea. Calls are not profitable. This is ridiculous. It's like pissing in the wind. I'm aware. my calls were in the money, and they weren't really profitable. Like 12%. It's kind of shit. Did someone say share recall? I did. That was me. I said that. Calm down. I closed some of my call hedge for 25%. Nice. The centaurs can't squat due to physiognomy. Physiognomy? What? But they can deadlift like gods. Okay. Physiology? Yeah, I think that's the word he was looking for. Maybe? Girk's workout routine, 1 day on, 2.5 years off, 1 day on, 2.5 years off. I used to go every day. It was like a manic thing. And I was like, why am I doing this? And I stopped. Still one of the best decisions of my life. What are your expectations in the CPI print tomorrow? I did a write-up on it last night. If you want to read it, you can. It's in the private Discord. Do you work out all 4 legs at once, or do you do 2 and 2? Okay, I don't have 4 legs. I'm a human. I just have 2 legs. I know, it's disappointing. My puts are the only reason my port is still red. It's not your really stupid positioning on Amazon. Not 3. Missed opportunity. Jen, it's unbecoming to brag. When you sit at a desk all day, even just getting up and walking around the room for a few minutes and do a set of bodyweight squats would be beneficial. I used my treadmill yesterday for like 3 minutes, and then I started coughing. I was like, fuck this shit. And then I made red wine braised short ribs. My apartment building has a gym, but it sucks. It's like a broken elliptical machine and a set of Bowflex Select Tech dumbbells. Do you know that the centaurs are famously embarrassed about their horse parts? They often paint camouflage on the back half so people don't see it. It's actually adaptive camouflage, but hey man, gotta reward yourself for the hard work, right? I'm also keeping my blood pressure low. Thoughts on Yellen's issuance spree resulting in market participants just not giving a fuck, much as they haven't for some time now. It's possible. I mean, she's still very focused on short-dated instruments, so unless those fail to procure any significant deposits, then the effect is moderately minimized because liquidity will remain higher. I mean, some liquidity will get drained out, but not as much as if it were longer duration. We'll see. It's just very much still at just the beginning of the 1.1 trillion she needs to raise or more. Right now the TGA is barely balanced, right? I mean, its running balance is still under 100 billion. Coughing is God's way of telling you you're too healthy already. Makes sense. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the strangle that you said you full ported to and on Amazon that got IV crushed. That's when Amazon opened the next day flat. And you were like, oh my God, I'm broke. I've lost everything. You need to reward yourself with some yoga pants scenery. Why? That's so what? I'm gonna go to a yoga studio and just stare at people? I should just bring popcorn with me. I don't want them to think I'm there to do yoga. That won't be creepy at all. What's your option on NVIDIA? July 350 puts? Enough theta for market downside? I don't know. I didn't really like the July. I bought a little more than that on the 350s, but it's possible. It's a big drop for the next not even, well, just over 30 days. Is the market peak edging right now? It's behaving very in a very odd way, right? I I really don't know what the fuck this is about. I water skied for the first time yesterday at the age of 30, as I'm currently writing this from my bed with about 80 Advil in my body and no end to the pain in sight. Why did I leave my house? I don't know. Water skiing is a poor people activity. Don't do that. What were you thinking? If you bring a bunch of camera gear and take pictures, they'll probably just think you've been hired to take professional photos of the place. Are people doing this? Are people going to yoga classes and just staring at other people? You know, there's the internet. Don't mind the market. It's just grinding away its positive momentum to open up opportunity for downturns. Oh, I hope so. They don't want oil. They don't want bonds. They don't want dollars. They only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. Yoga pants? Water skiing is the world's most expensive enema. It's taking the bidet game to a whole new level. That's for sure. Girk shitting on my childhood again. Poor people activity. Lake life. Ugh. Yeah, who the fuck goes out on lakes? That's how you get amoebas in your brain. That's like some middle class rich shit, and you know it, Gen Gen. Like rich in Indiana activities. Like, oh, what are we doing this weekend? Oh, we're gonna go to the lake house and take our boat around, and drink beer or whatever. If you go out on Lake Tahoe, it's rich guy stuff. Yeah, but like not as rich as ocean stuff, right? Also, that's almost like an inland sea. If you could distill reduce the essence of trading to one rule, what would it be? Don't lose money? Yeah. No, don't lose money. Warren Buffett was right. It only needs to be said once. Illinois, thank you very much. Indiana, ew. And Amoeba would probably have a better portfolio than I do. I'm sorry to hear that, Kaioshin. Hey, Greek, I have QQQ 623 346 puts that are moving further out of the money. Would you sell them and move your strike closer to the money? Or keep the same strike and move to a further expiration? I think both of those are options. Like, you have to choose between them, but I mean, I don't know, how much theta are you gonna buy? If you're gonna buy like another week of theta, then you're probably better off being close to the money, right? That's literally what I did this weekend. No sharks in lakes. Ugh. I've seen river monsters. Are you gonna say next eating a McMuffin and Coca-Cola every morning isn't the peak of wealthy? I mean, the dude's like fucking 98, right? So clearly he's more right about whatever he's doing than we are. Oh yeah, and worth $50 billion. I've seen some ridiculous houseboats out there. It's true. There's a lot of rich people that buy houses on the like the Nevada side of Lake Tahoe in order to not pay taxes. Are Toto toilets overrated? I'm looking for a new throne. No, I don't think so. Lake greater than ocean beach? Not even a debate. And clearly, you've never been to the Mediterranean. Yeah, I won't go in the fucking ocean. You go out on the ocean. You don't go fucking in it. You get a yacht that has a pool. We're still bullish on the overall market, or do you think we hit a top? I haven't been bullish since February. Which, you know, from the end of March until now was probably not my best decision ever. But still not bullish. Just more okay with buying calls. There's an Indiana beach. It's on a fucking lake. It's not it's not a beach. It's just sand next to a lake. Sea monsters though? True. Warren Buffett has the best blood boys on the market. Well, Dork, if we blow everything up, at least we can get a job. I was a lifeguard at a deep, gross lake we called the Pit. I was very as alert as there was no way I was going in after them. Prevention is key. That is quote worthy. No sharks in lakes. I don't think that matters. There's no sharks in pools. Thanks, Andre. Why no in ocean? Sharks. Other people have already covered this. Thoughts on bear spreads on ORCL? How's it doing? Fuck. How far out of the money are you thinking there? They have earnings tonight, you know. You wanna gamble some bear spreads on earnings? I can tell you here's what I'll do. I'll tell you what Gamma Max is, and then you do whatever the fuck you want. It's trading at Gamma Max, or slightly above today, actually. Gamma Max is at 107. Have fun. I'm not going scuba diving. You fucking kidding me? No. Why don't you just suggest I get in a shark cage next? Bull sharks don't live in lakes, though. Maybe like a river delta, but not in lakes. I became bullish when the FDIC dumped money to save a few banks. I don't think they saved any of them. They just saved the depositors. I've been to the Catskills. I wouldn't do it again. Are you telling me that you're long-term bearish, short-term bullish? The fact that the Fed is a bank and has a dual mandate to reduce inflation and minimize unemployment, and the GME floor is $1 million. I didn't say any of those things. I don't know, man. I think we'd get disqualified since we're over the age of 19. Or do you just shave our bodies and sneak into the back door at the Getty Center, right? So you're saying that driving 40 minutes to a lake to play in the sand isn't what rich Midwest people do? Am I poor? Wait, no, that is what rich Midwest people do. Your financial advisor got 12% returns for you last year. Well, mine blew up my port and is now Buffett's personal blood boy. Would you buy Q again at 48? Or wait for the market to crash over the summer? I don't know if I want to buy back into Docu right now. I might wait. Yeah, if I was buying it, I'd wait. Maybe I'd target closer to 40 again, similar to like November's lows. Even sharks know better than to get into lakes. I'm sitting on 77280 Tesla calls, up a decent amount. I know you don't trade Tesla usually to my knowledge, but would you hold or sell up 60%? I trade Tesla a lot. It's up to you. I mean, your target's very far out of the money and significantly above gamma max. So the odds of it going in the money are pretty slim. I would at least consider scaling back some of my positioning. Like, you could always leave a few runners, but there are crocodiles in lakes? Well, in the south. It's a great day when both of the legs of your straddle is profitable. This is correct. Those are the best days. Thought experiment. You're in a space station, zero gravity, stuck in the middle of a 12-foot wide sphere of water. Can you swim your way out? Like just a big water droplet? Yes. Well, yes, because you can displace the water by moving your arms. It's a liquid. I mean, obviously you can't move it as much as you could like a solid, but you should be able to get it like away from your face. I don't know if you could get completely out of it. I guess you could. Rich Midwest people don't drive 40 minutes. They live in the Ozarks. Whatever. I often pay for high-res satellite imagery for work, and I can prove that the city of Detroit does not properly process their sewage. It flows into Lake Erie. Hashtag pure Michigan. Nice. That wouldn't be their first public waterworks failure in Michigan. Their infrastructure is not the best. I'll go to a lake, but I won't touch a hotel hot tub with a 10-foot pool. You just gotta stay at nicer hotels. Like if the hot tub is heart shaped, you probably don't want to go in it. Two fishermen managed to capture a 5-foot, 84-pound bull shark in Alton, Illinois, located north of St. Louis in 1937. Is that lake connected to a river by any chance? Also, that's a pretty small bull shark. That's like a little baby boy. Just can't seem to break 4357. Let's just proceed back to 4300 and forget this ever happened. Same experiment, 12-foot wide sphere of white. You just drink it. Have you finished Diablo 4 already? How would you rate Lilith as a character? 3. Would buying a put and selling a put of the underlying and keep rolling the sold put for a net credit, use the credit to roll a short position, allow one to remain indefinitely short? Pretty close to. There's some slippage in the position, but yeah, I mean, That's generally what I do with longer dated puts in order to offset theta decay. You can do it at a premium, but over time it'll drop unless you roll the long dated put. Please tell me the pumpers are selling 4300s. What, on VIX? I don't think so. Or on SPX? Yeah, I don't think they're selling 4300s. I'm not sure what they're selling, but they're probably selling something here. Probably just more 4250s. Give me a second. I'll take a look and see if there's any notable changes. Yeah, I think still 4250, maybe 4275s are being sold. The only real downside support right now is at 4300. It's very lonely. Nationwide farmers and travelers have all announced in the past week they'll stop writing new business. Things are not good and risk is not on the menu. Huh. That's interesting. North of St. Louis, aka the Mississippi River. If the people of Michigan can't keep their wastewater stuff under control, why do we put so much weight on their consumer sentiment? The consumer sentiment report is done by the University of Michigan. It is not just surveying people from Michigan. Same with places 25-cent vibrating beds. Those hotels will get you robbed. If you're staying at those hotels, you don't have anything worth stealing anyway. Zero DTE Strangle for bond auction with SPX could be decent. I don't know about Strangle. How far are you going to go out of the fucking money? We got 7 minutes till the consumer inflation expectations. And then the auctions are at 11:30 and 1 o'clock. What's more likely to happen? World War III, alien invasion, or VIX 15? Probably VIX 15. Did you see my member chat? I need to know how to handle this situation. Oh shit. I went to BOFA to get a loan for a 500k house. They wanted money down, so I pulled out my phone, opened Robinhood, and showed my one share of GME and asked if they had change, as that share should cover. Security stole another fedora. So sad. Okay, I don't know what the last part means, but I'm sorry that you lost a fedora. Yeah, so I don't think a bank is going to collateralize a mortgage based on your ownership of one share of GME. Hate to break it to you, man. What do you think of the Reddit API drama? I just heard about it last night. I don't care. That's my take on it. I don't care at all. So then short put to hedge would not be a good idea now, since 4300 is the main support. Yes. Selling a short. Well, I mean, you could always pull it back. Do you have 4300 puts? Or are you gonna post the daily now that Reddit looks dead? Is it? What, because of the blackout or whatever? It's still on Reddit. It's okay. This is the time to take advantage of everyone's stupidity. Pickle's financial subreddit is gonna grow by leaps and bounds. Because it isn't dark. It's gonna be the only content left. This is the master plan. Greg, tomorrow I'll ask you how the Michiganders feel about consumer sentiment. That's this Friday, Rusty. Why is the youth in Asia being blamed for the killing of old and sick people? I don't know. Are they killing old and sick people? I didn't realize this was a thing until you just said it. Not the governments? Is your crystal ball telling you below 4,300 today? It's not off the table, but some things are gonna have to move around. Okay. Alright, well, you can ask tomorrow and I'll give you the same answer. That was an attempt at a euthanasia joke. Oh. Ha. Yeah. Funny. Anyway. They priced in positive data and are waiting for the news. They've priced in all the positive data for the next 10 years and are waiting for the news. How is VIX and Nvidia going down at the same time? Well, Nvidia has its own volatility index. One child policy becoming one parent policy. We're talking about VXN, right? I feel if someone mentioned GME and loan in the same breath, banks would start salivating at the 25% to start variable rate loan. Probably, yeah. If I was a loan officer at a bank and somebody came in and they were like, look at my GME shares, I'd be like, have you ever thought about a variable rate 5-year mortgage? I mean, MOASS will happen by then, right? I would argue that the vast majority of students at the University of Michigan are from Michigan. So really, even if it's the University of Michigan study, most of them are native Michiganders. I thought we weren't calling them that. Can we call them Mishopolites? What about that? I like that. That stream where you played the songs for fun, played the songs was fun. Can you read the lyrics from a song as if it was an S post comment from chat instead? Or will the YouTube AI ban the stream anyway? I don't know. Why wouldn't they just stop student moratorium to lower inflation? I still don't understand this policy while the Fed is trying to tighten. Oh, it will lower inflation. But they are stopping the moratorium. It ends in like 50 days now, right? That's quite predatory and bullish. I was just kidding. I don't actually own GME anymore. Oh, all right. What blood type are you? We have special loan rates for O negative. Mishcreants, Michiganas, Michigese. What's good for the Michiganders is good for the Michigoose. Really? Geese jokes? If you got a phone call from a number that said it was from an Ann Arbor, Michigan, would you pick it up? No? Unless I knew someone there. Mishopolite sounds like a phalanx of highly trained Michigan spearmen. That sounds like a porno. New York Fed May year ahead expected inflation lowest since May 2021. Is it 2%? It's 4.1%. It's barely lower than it was in February. It's still not 2%. They're supposed to be at fucking 2%. You're typing it in all caps like it's bullish, but it's really not. That number is supposed to be much lower. No, great. So 3-year inflation is up, but 1-year inflation is down. Fantastic. It's okay, guys. All the problems are solved. Jfresh calling for a rocket in Discord. Do you agree? He's just stressed out because he's been selling bear call spreads too close to the money. He's typing in all caps because he's copy and pasting from Twitter. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So disagree then? Disagree with what? I don't think there's anywhere to rocket. Tell everyone to stop telling on me. Stop trolling them with bullish shit. You're not walking. You're not going to cause the market to crash because you bought calls. So you're saying 4.1% inflation isn't bullish? I don't think it's the good news that guy might have thought it was. It's also unorthodox for an academic to have a sense of humor. That's not true. They have extremely boring jobs. And they have to teach idiots because the idiots pay the university's money. That's got to be stressful. I'd want to blow off some steam. He probably has some number of students that show up to every office hours. Do you remember those people? From school? They were the worst. If I could, I would fail half my classes I mean, you can. You're tenured. What's this grindy, choppy bullshit? Are we gonna have this all week? We're gonna have it for now. Jimmy doing well today. Probably Pulte buying another 100 shares. Those people are the worst, but usually get the Citadel internships. No. Nobody that smart's that annoying. Those are the people that get Goldman internships. Students who don't understand the material can always go into engineering sales. What does engineering sales entail? Do you just have like a catalog of like materials? And you're like, have you guys considered coating your pipes in this? What do you coat your pipe in? Make like law or electrical engineer professors and grade on a forced curve and write the exams absurdly hard. Congratulations, Dana. Do you use any AI processes to improve your life? No, I should. If I could replace myself with artificial intelligence some days, I would. The tech just isn't there yet. I tried it on Friday. The engineers build something and get the sales folks to go and huckster it. Okay, but do you need an engineering? Do you even need a degree for that? One of the worst students in my capstone software engineering class went to Lockheed as their first job. There's always money in the government stand. I knew a guy who sold like engines for jets, like for commercial airliners. He sold jet engines for commercial airliners. He he did basically nothing except wine and dine people, and he made like 1.3 million a year. He blew it all gambling, but he still does it. He still sells jets. It's a good job. He has an associate's degree in business administration from a community college. So, you know, there's opportunity there if you take advantage of it. He makes a lot more money than a fucking engineer. You need an engineering degree because no engineer is going to buy technical equipment from a non-engineer. I'm not an engineer, and you've been a billionaire before. Explain that. Do you now own his house? No. That guy's a trust fund baby. I have an interview for a financial advisor job next week. Will they notice I'm wearing the suit for my wedding? Is that bad? I think the bad thing is you becoming a financial advisor. No offense, Idaho beef. But when you fail at prop trading, the next step is not FA. It's to get better at prop trading. Or to just not prop trade, because that sucks, and just get a job as an analyst. You're gonna be bored out of your mind as a financial advisor, managing fucking a portfolio of 75-year-olds' accounts. Ugh. Where do you find all of these heavy gamblers? Rich people have gambling problems. The more money, the more persistent. Well, the more money, the more of a habit it becomes, actually. So they can afford to just keep gambling forever. Once I sell my business, I'm going to become an FA and see if I can get sued. Probably not. It's pretty hard to get sued as a financial advisor. You gotta like embezzle funds or something. Hey Trina, how you doing? How easy is it to get a job as a financial advisor? Can you speak and comb your hair? But it's me. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you have a lot of leeway with what you can do with the funds that you're managing, Popcorn Trader. They're not going to let you buy zero DTs on SPX. What sort of range on BTU is a good cost basis? I mean, my cost basis is like 18 and change. I feel like I've done well on my buy-in. I guess 16 to 18. Based on its actual value, though, I would say that's insanely cheap. My mom does that for me. Combs your hair. Did you ever actually manage other people's money at some point, or were you always an analyst? No. I was not always an analyst. Well, I did private equity for a few years, but I started off as an analyst, junior analyst. But yeah, I've managed people's money. It's the fucking worst. If you guys think like pickle jar is bad, managing anybody's like personal assets is far worse. They complain about everything. And they call you every fucking day to complain about every single stock they own. It's like, oh, why aren't you selling this? It looks like it's up. Why aren't you buying this? It's down right now. I think it's cheap. All of the anger, none of the memes. I started as a junior analyst. After multiple internships. I moved up from there over time. How much freedom did you have to buy and sell what you wanted? I mean, you're always kind of kneecapped by compliance and risk. So, I mean, not as much freedom as I have now. That's why I trade my own money. Largely. If I give you 100K to manage, do you think you could turn it into 80K for me? My wife isn't happy with my current rate of return. How do you separate your knowledge of the market and what's going on compared to your position in the stock market? It's not always easy. Um, you have to accept the fact that markets are chaotic and irrational, and that you have to position for that, the randomness of that, accordingly. Regardless of how you feel things will end up in the future, you know, you still don't want to fight back against capital flows and the trend, right? But I mean, you can still do that while maintaining, you know, a position for a longer time horizon. You didn't start as CEO? No, believe it or not. When did you score your first internship? It was my fourth year at college. Yeah, my fourth year wasn't my last year. I dicked around a lot in college. I was there for 6 years. I changed my major after the first 2 years, so I had to go back, and I took like a semester off because I hated it, and then so I ended up, well, I guess like 5.5 years, but everything is priced in and markets are efficient was the biggest lie I was told. They're absolutely not. I knew in high school becoming an FA wouldn't let him touch my. I knew someone in high school who was becoming an FA. I wouldn't let him touch my finances with a 10-foot pole. He was one of those kids who missed half a week of school every time a major game was released. I mean, if he still passed, that's impressive though, right? Do you want to be right or do you want to make money? Personally, I do neither. Well, it's a lot easier to make money if you're right. I don't even know how old you are. I bet you're 29. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you are not above 30. Thank you. The Fed didn't bid on any of the 3-year notes. Awkward. I wanted to be a doctor initially. I hear you, Girk. I'm currently on my 23rd semester off. I'm not 48. Rude. Fuck you, chortle this. Which type of doctor were you interested in? I wanted to be an anesthesiologist or a plastic surgeon. Reading through your PP, it looks like your expectations for this week is for SPX to top around 43.25. Does this mean that you don't expect a pump from this level if JPOW holds rates steady? Not much of one, at least not based on the current positioning on the chain. Not that JPA's decision couldn't change that, which I noted at the end. Like I said, we'll see if bulls, like, if the decisions made this week cause actual bulls to come in and support this level. If they don't, then yeah, I think 43.25 is about the upper range. So flat. I know, it's crazy. I'm really glad I'm straddled right now, Dork. Such a great feeling. If you were 48, wouldn't you look really good as a 48-year-old? I suppose. Anesthesia is fun. I did it for 2 years as an assistant. Huh. Those are the shilliest types of doctor possible. Yep. No, I didn't, Rusty. Nice try. Theta Gang crushing it today. That's why Jfresh is doing rockets in the Discord, because his sold calls are printing. Iron Condor currently the best strategy in the market. Gherkin inspired me to buy options further than 3 days out. Have you announced your cat's name? No. He has no name. I've decided to not name him. I think it's best for everyone. I don't want to be too attached to anything. Dude, what? Name him? Why? One time after a routine surgery, I told my wife I cheated on her with multiple women. I blames it. Oh? Is there a continuation of that? You hit enter too soon. Larry Chang bought more GME. Is this the start of MOASS? Was it MOASS last time he bought GME? The auctions are at 11:30 and 1 o'clock today. I don't believe in luck. Straddled and streaming, yet no prawn. I'm doing what I can, Seacraft, alright? I mean, you're a pigeon whale. You have access to the OnlyFans. Just keep it on the down low. We don't need it blowing up. Then it's gonna get weird. Do you believe in life after love? I hate the internet. What's up, STD slot machine? Things are well. The market's not going up, so at least I don't have to hear about that. Do centaurs really have 2 rib cages? More importantly, we have 2 hearts. An anesthesiologist did a nerve block on my leg for surgery in Jan and accidentally stuck the needle directly into my nerve and ruptured it. I am now crippled and scared of them. Fuck. That's intense. You should sue them. I didn't name a cat once because he was deaf. When he sat, he formed a rotisserie chicken shape, so I called him Chicken. Okay. So you named him Chicken? That was... I feel like the story there is that you named him Chicken. Gork, why market not going down? Shut the fuck up, Dork, alright? The red candles are there. They're in between the green candles. Honestly, Gurk, you're gonna have to stream something else if we're gonna trade flat for 5 hours while you read comments. Why? There's information to be given. Look at this guy. Potato Tom's girlfriend wanted him to get a shirt that said half man, half horse. Should I have her order for you as well? Well, ideally. You showed me a man who says he hasn't crapped his pants after age 30. I'll show you a liar. Here's the thing, though, with pants shitting. It's... If it's involuntary and due to illness, it's acceptable, right? Everyone's done that. All of you. Everyone in this chat has shit their pants after becoming an adult. Saying you haven't, you're just lying. Everyone knows you're lying. It's a bad look. So own it, you know? What you haven't done is shit your pants intentionally, I hope. That's usually something children and the elderly do. I have Crohn's and did that yesterday. Yeah, there you go. See? Be proud. Did Jfresh become an adult when NVIDIA hit 400? Jfresh has yet to produce a feces that we're aware of. I mean, I'm sure he shit his pants in the last 2 weeks, but it had nothing to do with NVIDIA. I see no end to the putsy pain, Dad. I guess I'm finally bullish. You have terrible timing, Ben. There's a small chance in spinal damage during spinal anesthesia of below 1%. Individual anatomy can differ a bit, causing trauma to blood vessels that can cause spinal injury. It's unlucky most times. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like anesthesiologists fucking people up is pretty rare, but I mean it happens. Also, some people just die. Like you give them general anesthesia, boop, dead. I walk into a room and check for two things always: the exit and the bathroom. Your autism knows no bounds, D engineer. He says he accidentally did it a little. There we go. Pencil, I've shat my pants intentionally. There's a feeling of true freedom when you do that. Kind of gets me. Huh. Okay. Well, you know, I'm not here to judge you. SLD used to give me hope. Why? It's called malignant hyperthermia. If you started a chain of comments where people discuss their pants pooping moments, this remains one of the weirdest corners of the internet. It is not that weird, okay? I see way worse all over the rest of the internet. You went to med school, Hestia? The exit is where you walked into the room every time. Anesthesia, trying to get the patient as dead as possible without killing them. Yeah. It's a delicate balancing act that doesn't always work out. Everyone is sharded. You could just say trusted to fart. When you wake up in the morning, do you drink coffee, espresso first, or water? Today, espresso. Usually water, though. We've been way weirder here. Yeah, this isn't even that far out of bounds. One of the weirdest. Have you been on the internet for like 3 days? Reminder: furries exist. I'm a legal doctor in Mogadishu. How much did the certificate cost? Wait, hold on. I thought you were a lawyer. You're both? Have you ever been asked to sue yourself? Based on that definition, then anesthesia is QQ cupids. Is it bad that my sole source of liquid nourishment and hydration is some sort of bean extract? Yeah, that's pretty bad. US 6-month bill bid to cover actual 3.02 forecast, previous 3.14 macro. Thanks, Space Banana. %93.98% taken at 4.20 on the 3-year bonds. All right. It was a BOGO deal. I mean, you're so qualified in Somalia. You should run for the electorate. Do they have elections there? Probably. Yeah, you should be see what happens. Maybe you could be president. That's disgusting, Thunder 86. You've used too many adjectives. I had to step away. What's up with SPX? Almost nothing. Six-month came in at 4.1. The 3-year came in at 4.2. Or 5.1 and 4.2. I wonder how the 10-year is going to do. I want to say poorly. I think yields are going to go up a lot. It's gonna be hard to get buyers to come in for duration. They want those yields up. I had a furry in my Dota game who wrote that he's a furry, but mostly for his YouTube channel, which did MySpace. Why did MySpace Tom do this? I don't know. The day before your wedding, you find out your fiance has webbed feet, like duck-looking feet. It's a second joint connection. Do you call it off? I mean, if you're drowning, she's gonna be able to save you. Maybe he's just not into foot stuff. Wait, oh, this is serious? I mean, do you plan on having children? Are we talking like Kevin Costner and Waterworld, or like just a little bit and you're weirded out by it? Do I? No. Why price go up? Oh, I'm sorry. Here. There. Is that better? It could just be like, it could be like closing sold call positions. C-mill. How's the JPM color doing? Just sitting there like a fucking rock. That's all it does. It's like a lump. It's not an exciting, like, actively traded position. It just sits there. Grubhub announcing layoffs. Bullish. Aren't they owned by Amazon? Ugh. Wasn't that part of the plot to the hit movie Shallow Hal? I've never seen that movie, so I don't know. I'll give you $1 billion, but a snail follows you for the rest of your life. If it gets within 1 kilometer, you die slowly and horribly. You don't know where the snail is. Do you accept? So if it gets to 1 kilometer, you die immediately, or like can you still get away from it after it approaches you? I would just move every time I felt like a little under the weather. I'd be like, oh, time to uproot. And I mean, you could just run like 50 miles away and the snail would be dead before it ever got to you. No, that's game over. Huh. Just live in the sky? Duh. Yeah, can I build like a balloon mansion? This the snail, that'd be a different snail. It can't evolve. What the fuck? What if it's a saltwater snail? A kilometer is like 1,000 Big Macs long. That's a huge fucking Big Mac, man. That's that's like a 3.3 foot long Big Mac. Insurers manage the majority of their risk with bonds. The fact that three major insurers stopped accepting new business tells me they haven't managed bond ports well, and loss inflation has crushed reserves. Yeah, duration risk is a bitch, huh? It's a trick question. The snail is in a box and being carried by the fastest man alive. Hmm. I could just go to the International Space Station for a couple years. Yeah. Till the snail dies. Well, my job just introduced AI. It looks like I'm on the chopping block. Oh boy. Considering your job is to be JPow's body pillow, that's very concerning. Is the snail trying to catch you or just meandering around? That part really wasn't defined. You have to assume that the snail's trying to get you. But I mean, you could move literally anywhere on the planet immediately after receiving the money, and your odds of dying are probably about as good as they are, you know, anyway. After 2 years in the International Space Station, you'd probably not have any bones left. Well, you'd at least have one. Opportunity not missed. I don't want to disappoint you twice in one day, Jen Jen. We're not married. I tell you where your odds of dying are almost infinitely tiny from a shark attack in the Mediterranean. 1 second. I've returned. Oh wait, no, I haven't. Okay, now I'm back. My calls are starting to profit. Nice, man. That wasn't short for Mediterranean. He didn't finish his sentence. He meant medieval times theater. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Are we still talking about this fucking snail? The market's boring enough without, drawing comparisons to slow animals. Ray Dalio says equities will do better than bonds. And we're at the top. Thanks, Ray. Did he buy back in? Hmm. Well, it's not bad, Spider-Man. I think the markets may get a little, well, especially banking over the next couple days might get a little frothy as, liquidity could continue to dry up there with another Fed rate increase. So there may be some preparing that could occur. When to sell BTU CCs? They're a little disappointing right now. Yeah, I think put skew is it's skewed to the put side a little bit. So CSPs have been a little better right now, but I mean, they're never phenomenal. I hope you know that. Like BTU cover calls are pretty lackluster and unimpressive. It's not GME. It's a fucking coal miner. Are my 4 DTE 4270 gonna print? Well, maybe. I feel like if we drop that much, we're probably gonna drop to like 4250. Chamath or Shkreli? One has to go to jail. Which would it be? Hmm. Are they going to jail? Where are they going? Vacation? Because I would say Shkreli's already been to jail. And the things he did weren't even that bad. I mean, he pissed off the wrong people, but this isn't an election year. Hmm. Is your preference for BTUCCs short or long dated? Usually under 30 DTE, but more than 7. When entering a straddle, do you typically set limit orders or just hit the ask on both legs? I usually set limit orders. Sometimes I forget to enter it, and then I just hit the ask on both legs. Well, not the ask, but like the mid. VIX forming a rounded bottom breakout. Bullish. MQ going to go for 15K before it implodes. Hmm. That's a good question. I don't know. It's still pretty far off. It's having a good day today. But it was down on, was it down on Friday or was it Thursday that it was down? Friday recovered. Thursday was down. It's still at resistance. No, the air quality has improved a bunch. Any chance UBS de-risking Credit Suisse could cause some volatility? Can they de-risk it? I thought that was the whole point of their bid to get more money out of the Swiss government. Petition to give Jfresh a Stefan-themed tag on Discord for that disgusting rounded bottom breakout comment. I'll think about it. I don't think so, Ben. When do the sold calls above 43.20 expire? The JPM caller expires on June 30th. The rest of the sold calls are kind of all over the place. A lot of them are for 721 though. You like MO over the next few years? Are you trying to play marijuana legalization? Because the company's financials aren't that great outside of that potential opportunity. Headed to Alabama. If you don't hear from me again, you know why. Because you were replaced at your job. The Confederacy will never die. What is in Huntsville, Alabama? Is there anything actually there? Market boring, Reddit broken. Do I need to actually work today? If you plan on beating me in Q2 of this year, yeah. Thanks for the stream yesterday, as always. I opened a straddle on QQQ at 356 at open. Would you cut the long side here or hold on a little longer? I mean, if you're profitable, set a stop, right? How profitable you want to be on that, that's up to you. Why isn't there anything to ghost today? Because I haven't taken any positions. Arsenal for the U.S. government. Oh, okay. Huh. I didn't know there were things in Alabama. Go figure. I've kind of given up on that, to be honest. The wife being on sabbatical has given you an edge. Ha. Get wrecked. I'm not playing Oracle going into earnings. Is it pure hopium to think that we fall back to 200 by the end of the month? It's not impossible. All right, Rims. It'd be cool if we could do an actual trading competition of percentage gained in the Discord. Do you have Gamma Max on Tesla? I do. Gamma Max is at 238.33. There's not much else in Alabama. I'm going to be honest, I've never spent a lot of time there. My son just got the Blissful Bear reward for spreading joy. Good omens. Okay. Okay. That being said, if metal prices skyrocket, I may get a dark horse victory. Don't forget that I'm long copper, popcorn trader. Actually, I'm long copper, gold, and oil. You better hope China decides to build out a whole new infrastructure across a whole nother continent. Oh, you saucy Manx. You think I'm not prepared? I'm not gonna let you beat me that easily. What's your primary copper exposure? HBM. They're also, incidentally, a little bit of gold exposure as well, which is nice. I know Lily takes forever to move, but has it been ever enough yet? Is this typical? What? Hold on. Thunder. Your sentence makes no sense. Did I hear that correctly? HBM? Yes. In Pickle's Pick, you said pretty much anything can happen this week, but what do you believe to be the most likely scenario? I think it'll be dependent on the CPI data. If CPI data comes in hotter than the Cleveland Fed's current expectations, the Fed's in a real pickle, and they'll probably be forced to go with a 0.25 hike in June and July. If month over month is down, then they can do a skip. How they're going to present that as hawkish, I have no idea. The market will lose all remaining respect for the Fed at that point, though. This is why I'm quite keen on BHP. They aren't solely steel, but I'm trying to exercise patience. Okay. I don't know anything about them. I think you had me look at them the other week. Lily takes forever to move. Has it been forever enough yet? No. I mean, it's not going to go down unless the indexes do, right? It's super index exposed. It's like trying to short cat at this point, or LMT. It's more if it does drop, it'll drop fast kind of situation. So if we get like a 200-300 BPS move down on SPX. I mean, you've seen Lily drop from its peaks, right? It went from like 40.50 to 40.20 in like a day. It can move very quickly to the downside. I'm gonna go with technically that position already printed briefly. It's chopping upwards. Is it? We're still below the prior high. Speaking of downward movement, I think we should all consider moving our eyes down to the like button and giving it a crispy little click. Thank you, Ending. Is bots the primary ETF that's driving all the AI stocks up or down? I mean, QQQ. But yeah, bots has a pretty big effect on the smaller holdings like Palantir and Upstart. I have been doing Opera. It was all right. I don't really see an incentive for JPound not to hike. The stability of our banking infrastructure. BHP is iron ore, coal, copper, nickel, potash. It's like an ETF. But they said it's robust. It's not that robust. It's stable and resilient as long as he doesn't bump rates by 0.5. I got a bunch of 590s left over I didn't sell from the Jan run. What will it take for those to ever increase? Do I just wait until VIX MOASS to 16? Or do they go the way of Rev 35? Why the fuck do you have Upstart 590s? Never mind. I know I had 510s at one point, but those went up when IV went up. Why didn't you sell your 590s? Degen play got greedy? That's not even a degen play. That's like buying a roll of scratch offs where all of the things have already been scratched off and redeemed. That's a popcorn play. Yeah, it is. Is Fubo in a situation? What do you mean a situation? It's more than $1.50. Is that what you're trying to ask? I got greedy holding GME puts into earnings and then held them, thinking it would go down further. Why would you hold them? You had money. Don't hold profitable options without a stop. No. If it's green, put a stop on it. The only thing that gets held are bags. People need to learn this. This shit is ridiculous. Stops are for quitters and nerds. You're not helping, Popcorn Trader. Well, maybe you are, but not in the way you think. I don't know how to set a stop on IBKR. Speaking of bags, how's SPX looking? Still pretty fucking flat. I know everyone's really excited about it moving from 305 to 315, but this is not impressive. Is SPX about to short? Well, VIX isn't going down anymore, which is cool. Can you go over how to add stops? Yeah, you click order and then you click stop loss and then you put it there. That's the best method for adding them. What if I didn't want to stop my loss? I mean, you're how much can you harvest? Would you put stops on green covered calls? I don't know. Are they at risk? Does this even make sense? I'm not a farmer. Yes, you are. Zero DT calls to puts in this range is quite lopsided. Yeah, it's mostly calls. Although I do think the ones to the upside are largely sold. If CPI is down significantly, that might be the maximum upside for any bullish reaction on SPX. I'm trying to figure out the call strike for my strangle, since a straddle is a bit too expensive. I mean, there's less room to the upside than the downside, so I'd probably take that into consideration. From a pure TA perspective, does NVIDIA look due for some downs due to crossing above the signal line on the MACD daily? Yeah, but the last time it did that, it ripped up like fucking $30. Fubo is currently at a local high. This week is likely to be volatile, which is likely to present downside, creating a ripe CC selling opportunity. Okay. If you sell at the peak of the volatility. Otherwise, the volatility increase works against you. I mean, what's your price target on it? You think it's going to go back to $1.50, I assume. Or are you selling them at $2? Do you want to gift me some unrealized gains? I can realize them for you to offset my realized losses. And then we can go halvesies on your tax savings. Think about it. How much before expiry does JPM wait to roll their collar? Usually they roll it at expiration. Are you expecting an IV bump from the investor meeting? We might get a little bit. I think we're getting a little bit of an IV bump today. I mean, I don't think it'll be as anticipated as like earnings, but it should have some increase in volatility. People are selling a lot of calls right now, though, so maybe not. Is this week important or something? Just a little bit. We got what, like another 40 minutes till the auction? The next auction? It's interesting that the VIX has been turning up since the 3-month came in higher. I wonder what was more important there, though, the 3-month coming in higher or the 6-month coming in lower. I feel like the 10-year should get snapped up if it gets a decent bump. 3-year, sorry. Hmm. I want the yield curve to revert so badly. If JPO won't bring SPX back to reality by July 21st, I'm done playing SPX, and I will sell my entire port. Even your ZOM? This is kind of mind-numbing. No, the 3-year came in at 4.2. Can we see the kitty? Also, thanks to the education, man. No problem, adopted by the Dans. I don't know where the fuck he is. He's not in here. If I go out there in a little bit and he's around, I'll grab him. Thanks, man. The 210 or the 3-month tenure. Both yield curves are pretty important. Kitty makes you money. Does it? If you find him, otherwise, thank you again. Well, he doesn't like the daytime, and he prefers to stay now underneath my sofa. He's created a hole, so it's difficult to extract him. He's created a hole in the bottom of the couch, and he now lives inside the frame. Cat nest, yes. So I want to buy a straddle for CPI data. I can only buy 6/16s. What's the best way to play it? Say the market will trend to 4,300 end of day. When do you buy and sell? I mean, if you're straddling, you're trying to target 4,300, I assume, for your position. So, you know, you would sell the call above 4,300 and the put below. Thanks 1 second, guy. Great advice. Does the cat come and sit on you sometimes? No, he's not very friendly. He probably just wants you to stop reading chapters of options as a strategic investment to him. Yeah, but then, you know, he's gonna fail in the back test, so... I see fur and claws flying. He did do something weird the other night. I was sitting on my couch reading something, and he ran full speed from one side of the room, jumped on... This is like the first time he's made any physical contact with me. Jumped on the like upper part of my back and then leaped off the other side of the couch and darted under the bed in my room. I don't know what the fuck that was. I assumed that he got into some catnip or something. Parkour. But are you very friendly? Eh. I just want to get a sign of my GME and roll them into Fubo. It's going to take a year to save up for a 25k port, so I might as well buy into a 2-year play. Lily could help if it wasn't a piece of shit. Yeah, Lily's been a piece of shit. I should have just sold everything when I was up. But I barely took any profits on it while it was up. I wanted it to go back to 400. Then the market decided to rally again. And so here we are. I think the market will react very negatively to a month-over-month increase in CPI. Remember, month-over-month CPI is seasonally adjusted, and year-over-year is not. And if you look at the unadjusted rate of inflation annualized, it's up 6.3% this year. So an increase of 0.1 in the month-over-month headline inflation means a year-over-year increase in inflation of 3%, which changes the Fed's projection on the dot plot, meaning that the Fed would have to go higher. Possibly quite a bit higher, depending on how much more it came in over the forecast. So it's predicted to come in tomorrow at 0.3. If it comes in at 0.4, and it's predicted to come in tomorrow at 0.3, but the Cleveland Fed predicts 0.39. If it comes in at 0.4, the year-over-year CPI goes up, and that changes the dot plot. If it comes in at 0.5, the Fed has to go much higher, like higher than the 5.6 projected terminal rate from the more hawkish Fed presidents. They'd probably have to go to like 5.75 or 6% by end of year. So it's on a knife's edge. If it comes in at 0.3 tomorrow, then you know they can pause. Theoretically, they still have to hold rates stable till the end of the year, but they could pause. So it's a pretty important CPI print.
Not that they all aren't. I mean, also core inflation could be up, and that's a whole nother bag of shit. But I don't think energy is going to be doing them any more favors for the rest of this year. And since the only reason inflation's really down is because energy has dropped, considering that core is up, yeah, an increase in energy costs into the summer and winter would be catastrophic for their mediocre attempts at controlling inflation. My cat was feral and adopted me. It took several months before I could pet him. Now he's lovey-dovey. Takes a while. Yeah, I'm okay with him not becoming that way too. Is that not same as zoomies? I think it was zoomies. Animals get the zoomies right after they take a shit. It's because they're lighter on their feet, Dork. If you were the SPX pumpers T-shorts and you were stuck in their theorized position, what would you do? I'd probably pull back positioning at OPEX, let the markets drop enough to get VIX back up, and create enough fear that yields, like that floating rate risk on yields, got suppressed a little bit, and then I would pump it right back up again. Reading your SPX this morning at 4 a.m. got me overexcited. It got me excited when I was writing it. That's how I knew it was good stuff. Does the CPI come in pre-market Tuesday? Yes. Tomorrow. That's tomorrow's Tuesday. Good old corn inflation. I mean, JPow's got to be pissed, right? Because he definitely wanted to go higher in March when inflation, for like stagflation, first started to rear its head, right? And then the banks started failing, and he had to fucking pump all that liquidity back into the market to stabilize the banks. And now he's kind of like he's kind of fucked, right? Their entire current plan hinges on energy prices staying low to moderate for the next year. And given the volatility of oil right now, that seems like a long shot, right? I mean, Russia's cutting back supply, OPEC wants to cut back supply. The strategic oil reserves are still low. Even though, the US really isn't a buyer above $70 a barrel, it's still creating a floor for oil, right? So we're not getting like $50 oil. We're not going to get any easing of energy costs into next year. So, if oil's roughly at bottom, the only place for it to go is up. And then all the oil suppliers are going to do their best to make sure that happens into peak demand season. And then, if summer's hotter than average, that's going to put strain on nat gas. And nat gas is also at fucking rock bottom prices. And so, if oil even moves up moderately and nat gas moves back to a more sustainable level at like 8 or 13, inflation's fucked. Because core hasn't dropped at all. Core is flat as shit. Can you explain the SGX pumpers theorized position? I think there's a video on that. I already did pretty extensively.
If CPI print is within expectations, do we rip face? Well, I feel like they've already priced in the upside. I think they've priced in CPI at the consensus, and they've priced in a pause from the Fed already. So any new bulls coming in to the current positioning are stuck in the same situation, which is that there's really not that much liquidity left to drive the market higher, and the JPM collar is still sitting there like a brick fucking wall. Now we're moving towards the expiration of that collar, and so its effect is weakening. But I mean, that could just create a lot of volatility around the collar for like a few weeks. Like if everything's bullish and everything's good, we're still hung up on the collar, right? I mean, what the fuck is there left to pump? Tech's the only thing pricing in any kind of promise, and it's already priced in all the promise that it may ever have. The breadth on the market's not, I mean, it's not healthy. Like forward PEs on SPX are dropping. But the rest of the other 75% of the index is not doing well. I mean, tech isn't doing well either, right? But it's being valued as if it could potentially do well into like Q3, Q4 next year. So all the money's already been pumped into tech, betting that it'll succeed into, you know, arguably one of the worst macro environments in decades. And then there's really not a lot of money left to pump anything else. Like no one's giving up risk-free returns to come in and buy equities. There's still no money coming into equities at all. I don't think Powell's decision this week's gonna change that much. I mean, it could change it a little. Some more liquidity may flow in, but I don't think it's gonna confirm anything for anyone. Stocks only go up. Only up. Okay. Yeah, Nasdaq's having a pretty good day today. Nothing's going crazy today. We still have auctions in 24 minutes. I wonder if I should buy more VIX positions. We're not at the top of the green box. The top of the green box is up here. Also, why would you... Never mind. Approaching? I want to be prepared to panic. Oh, okay.
calls are getting a little cheaper. 43.25 interest is picking up. Trying to get some exposure to FOMC meeting this week. Would you say 623 is too much theta? I mean, it depends on when you're entering the exposure. You think if they raise 0.25, Upstart will dump? I mean, it's not going to cause it to dump. It's just not good for it if they're continuing rate increases. Upstart cares more about their forward guidance anyway, than far more than their current action. I think the thing that would be most damaging to Upstart is if they do 0.25 here in June, they're probably going to do 0.25 in July as well. And that's not great for Upstart. Is your SREF PT 80? It's never been 80, but that would be really cool. I'm tired of being a bear gork. Okay. Be whatever you want to be, popcorn trader. I thought you were a cowboy. Look at how much fun the Bulls are having. Yeah, they made so much money today. It's crazy. Hmm. I don't understand sarcasm or French. Is your SREF PT based only partially on ticket sales for Oppenheimer? That's not sound gork. I don't think they even used uranium back then. What are you talking about? Are you making a nuclear bomb joke? That's plutonium. Were you suggesting buying or selling straddles on the hot tub stream? I was discussing long straddles. Although, yeah, I was discussing long straddles. Short straddles are too risky here. Also, I should have been aware that there's no way you're aware of the upcoming Nolan film, Oppenheimer. Really? That's going to be hard to dramatize. I did see Jimmy bar rate bumped up to 10%. Yeah, it moved up a tiny bit. It hasn't moved a lot yet, though. GME IV crushing. Does it rip or dip when it bottoms out? What, the IV? I mean, it's mostly just sold call positions coming in. QQQ 5 DTE short straddle up today. Separate from upcoming Fed meeting this week. Think same with SPX. Yeah, short straddle would probably be. I mean, here's my problem with short straddles. VIX is super fucking low. Like I don't want to sell any like theta on SPX right now. Is there anything to look forward to in the GME shareholder meeting? Not that I'm aware of. What means IV crash? Well, prior to potentially volatile events, IV can rise as the market maker prices in additional risk. And then, after that event has occurred, that risk no longer needs to be priced in and IV drops drastically. And that is known as IV crush. So earnings are an event where that happens commonly, but there are other things that can cause IV crush. Any chance JPOW comes out and whacks the market with 100 BPS hike? Based on his prior actions, I don't know. I mean, he kind of did that after Jackson Hole last year, right? But yeah, it's tough. I don't know. He's been such a bitch lately. New CEO announcement? I guess possibly. I know Cohen had previously stated that he didn't want to be the CEO. Would it be dumb to play SPY on the call side instead of SPX? Since I don't want to spend that much on the upside, but I want to hedge. Um, the drawback there is that you need a bigger move on SPY for your hedge to be worthwhile, right? Whereas you need a much smaller move on SPX for the same. So if you buy like 435s, right? You need SPX to hit 4350. But if you buy 4320s, and SPX hits 4320, you're gonna do pretty well, right? So I mean, try to factor that in. If JPOW does a pause, short-term run up into a big dump. Yeah, we might if he pauses, we might get a pump into the end of the week. And then I think the closing of positions on 616 is probably going to lead to some downside during the OPEC settlement period, regardless. Unless significant positions come in those 2 days to replace those, which I'm not sure I see happening. Hmm.
Oh, fuck, this is so boring. Still learning the in and outs of options and ETFs. Yeah, so on shorter dated expiry shit, generally returns on SPX are better than equivalent returns on SPY. The notional moves are bigger, right, between strikes. And so you can target ranges that SPY kind of isn't. Well, the SPY isn't very good at targeting. But mostly, you get leverage on SPX, and that it actually makes it an easier hedging tool depending on the size of your position. If you have a smaller position, then I guess you could use SPY. Why does my butt hurt? I don't know. What'd you do? What was the meeting? Robinhood now allowing 24-hour trading on certain stocks. Is this an opportunity to get ridiculous fills in after hours? Selling options to these people? I don't think they're gonna let you sell options in after hours, right? It'll just be stock. I had a meeting with several dudes. They gave me $100, so that was cool. That's nice. You do collect the premium. It's just that the premium on the option has gone up, right? So, if you sell a CSP out of the money, right, and collect. Hold on. One second. Epic Pen's being a piece of shit. All right. So if you sell a CSP out of the money and you get like $3 of premium, right? You've collected this premium already. And so now the premium displayed is the price of the option that you sold on your broker. So if that premium, so if the price drops, right, and that option goes in the money, the premium value of that option goes up. So if it moves up, here you're negative $2.28 a share from where you sold it. So this only factors in if you buy it back. So that's why it's showing you like a negative value on the CSP. If you get assigned, you still get assigned at the strike you sold it at. This dude said they wanted to meet me in private. I obliged. Man, whatever you got to do for your 0DTs, I'm not gonna sit here and judge you. I've done worse. I stream on YouTube. Did your QQQ target change? No, but I haven't bought all my puts yet. I bought some this morning. I might pick up some like 350s now. Or maybe like, well, maybe I'll get some 355s. Ooh. I'll see where it goes. But yeah, maybe some 355s.
It's holding at my risk level, so it hasn't broken above that yet. I just bought some QQQ this morning. I didn't buy it on here. HV calls out on GME. I'm wondering if pulling them back is smart. I have calls out. Okay. If RC announces a new CEO that hypes shareholders, could send the price on a frenzy. A frenzy? I mean, it could move up, but it's still, fairly close to Gamma Max. Help me pay for my Rage Shadow Legends addiction. RC will announce a new CEO, and it's just going to be him bending over and talking out of his ass, Ace Ventura style. I mean, if he did that, I would then again have respect for him. What do you think about $22 SQQQ CSPs for this Friday? Saucy. It's very saucy. Imagine that becomes the one thing that turns super stunkers off. That's on 343p QQQ June 30th. It's a little outside of my target range for them. Just wondered if you wanted to go Dutch on some Burke A positioning. Why? I just buy it myself. I have enough. If I sold everything, I could buy, well, some whole shares. Burke A is not really like the get rich stock though. It's the stay rich stock. Do futures have less impact on SPX during the roll period? No, they have an equivalent amount of impact. There's more arbitrage going on during the roll period. And there's a lot of repositioning occurring during the roll period. Thank you so much, Pterodactyl. What's Gamma Max on Burke? I don't know. I don't think it has options. I think Burke B does, but I don't think Burke A has options. What does that mean when VIX and SPX largely track in the same direction? Repositioning, usually. A voluminous options market. Mostly repositioning, which can be expected. I mean, it's the roll period, and there's a lot going on this week. Where that repositioning is going to shake out, we just don't know yet. But my few thousand SPXS calls hope it's to the downside. Yeah, I tried to message you, Dork, before I bought those, and you didn't tell me don't do that. That's stupid. So I did it anyway. You know, the best play I've had in like the last 2 weeks was Friday. I just bought a fuck ton of VIX. I bought like almost 1,000 VIX calls. And then I sold some of them. And then I sold some more of them this morning. Jfresh was right. Volatility was free. It's still very cheap, but it was free. Shorting vol by longing vol first. 9 million IQ. It's a big brain moment. What's VIX doing? Going up. Remember last night in Pickles Picks when I said, and I quote, where is it? With the average range of VIX being 13 to 19, our current lows are fairly enticing, especially with VIX expiration this week, OPEX, and the FOMC meeting. I expect at least to crawl up modestly over the next week or so, especially given that the rock bottom volatility discourages additional volatility shorting. I know, that one didn't have any pictures. You don't take advantage of low volatility by selling calls. You take advantage of low volatility by going long volatility. How horny would you get if CPI wasn't just hot, but undeniably hot? You mean like core up and month over month headline up? Like 0.4, 0.5. Month over month 0.5, core 0.56. Yes. Ooh. I don't know. I mean, I'd be very excited. This is my first time playing VIX. I picked up a strike with high OI, then beefed out my theta in November. Please do the cool stuff, Vix. Alright. Well, I hope you're close to the money. You didn't take on too much out of the money risk. Goldman Sachs lifts S&P 500 price target. According to Yahoo, what mean? It means they're saying that the SPX is going to go higher by year end. Although Futures disagrees with them. I think the market would drop at least 500 BPS that day. At least. Oh man, yeah. I mean, CPI comes in hot the day before the Fed economic projections and decision. Like undeniably hot. They've got to fucking reprice everything. US 10-year 3.791, previous 3.448. Ooh, dork. Duration interest is picking up. That's 2 data sets now. It's not as impressive as the increase on the 3-year, but it's still pretty impressive. GME chart on your screen is peculiarly crunched in the corner. There. Is that better? I don't know why it didn't move throughout the day. Usually the charts advance for... Maybe it was just how I had it zoomed. CBI's tomorrow morning. Yep. JPOW Wednesday. Sadly, I think core is going to be flat. Headline might be up. Yeah, headline month over month. Year over year is going to be down, but month over month might be up. VIX isn't allowed to go this high. What mean? We'll see. There's a lot of options interest 20 to 23 to 27 days out. $52-week and 30-year tomorrow. Ooh. 30-year is interesting. The 52-week I can kind of give a shit less about. But... the 30-year is definitely interesting. Best guess for where SPX closes? Hmm. 43.25 interest is still pretty stacked. I could see us closing between 43.25 and 43.15, unless there's a big futures sell-off. Futures looks pretty stable, although it is getting close to resistance. Yeah, we'll have to see what futures does when volume picks up into the latter half of the day. It kind of looks like it's topping out here at like 40. The June contract's at 43.20. That's not the right. Hold on. What's this? Why the fuck is that changed? Oh, I restarted TradingView. God damn it.
Ooh.
Dork, is it still too early for me to call this being the last day of ups? I want to say it's the last one. Look at those forward returns. Did a naughty boy thing. Got more VIX calls near the money 2 months out. Wakanda or Raid Shadow Legends forever. Well, I just assume that Dork's looking at the same thing I'm looking at right now. I actually don't know if he is. Frequently he's not. But sometimes we have a simultaneous idea. Oh, you sent me charts? What is this? Oh, CPI? Look at this. Right? Yeah, you sent me a chart too. Ooh. Wait, which is the top one again? This yours looks so different than mine. Oh, okay. Okay, you do know that DJI is... Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. I know which one it is now. But Hmm. Yeah, I agree that the momentum's weak. I think it might be dying. It's always a question when we get this though. Is it just rolling, or is it repositioning? No shit. I think it's repositioning. At least it looks that way right now. Look at this. Hold on, let me send you this too. You're gonna like this. Alright. No, I didn't send you a friend request on Discord. Are you out of your fucking mind? It would seem that way, wouldn't it? That's you guys need to get an AR room? Jeez. Well, it's important. I see why you bought so many goddamn VIX calls. Yep. Yep, that was a big part of the reason. I wish I'd been watching it a little bit more, because it would have helped me time the bullshit from last week a bit better. I was just fucking around last night and I was like, oh. And to be fair, I bought most of the VIX calls before I saw that, but I did buy more today. I'm sorry. There's other people here. I'm supposed to talk to you. Hey guys. What's up? No need to be mean. I just wanted to be friends. That's weird. You need to learn boundaries, Mr. Gold. Bullshit. You didn't send me a friend request offering to access your secret DDS DD? No. Discord Gurk manages my crypto. He's a very nice guy. When doing weekly condors, is targeting 15% return of max risk realistic for SPY SPX? You know, how wide is your condor? Seems like the market would have to move more than 0.25% for that to go bust. I mean, this is a terrible week for that. I mean, condors aren't great right now because volatility is low. They do not benefit from volatility increasing, right? I mean, at least not an iron condor. So you may want to look towards positions that benefit more from volatility going up. Secrets are no fun, Gurk. Tell the class. What can I say? Let me think. I have to think of how to phrase this. There is a significant disagreement between the pricing of the VIX contract in front and the volatility presumed on the underlying. Is that fair? No, not well, not backwardation. Well, there are a lot of people short volatility, and multiple entities do not agree that volatility is fairly priced. Did Gurk just fin-splain us? Shut up, poopy pants. I'm not talking about backwardation. So backwardation between spot and the derivative of spot. Okay. All right. Yeah. You could. That's a more fair statement. God damn it. Well, I would say that it indicates that the repositioning we're seeing today is likely bearish. It's early, it's a little early to say for certain. But it could be. Well, duh. VIX go up. I mean, VIX could go up even if the positioning coming in isn't bearish. VIX is really just an indication of options interest, right? Within the auction window. Is it okay to start talking about charm flow and other such Wall Street bets buzzwords that will probably cause most of the regards to YOLO and to zero DTEs? Can we not? I mean, we can discuss charm in its role, which isn't the most important thing in the universe. Second and third order derivatives are not hugely influential on arguably the most liquid options market in existence. Oh, please give me another reason the 0 DTE YOLO I already made is correct. Oh, fuck. That's concerning. Hmm. We may not see any realization of that today. The 0 DTs are still stacked pretty hard at our current price level. I still think, at least until the latter half of the day, we're kind of stagnant here between 43.15 and 43.25. Hmm. FTC is blocking the Activision merger with Microsoft. Oh shit, really? Seems like Buffett got out just in time then. Do you think a 56 Oxy entry is possible? Or is there too much support due to Buffett's buy-ins? I've gotten $56 entries on Oxy before, but he bought last time at 58, so it makes it harder. It's less likely if it happens, if it drops below 58, it'll probably be brief. So not a great target for CSPs in that case. That range, because it doesn't stay in that range for long. Gherkin, my Vega play is green. No shit. Please tell me Spy 520 end of year is just a meme. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's also not a meme. It's just something you say a bunch. I agree on the Condors for this week. I was thinking this long-term normal every week play, assuming I didn't anticipate much volatility. Um, I mean, yeah, you have to adjust based on expectations, but it's not a bad way to make money. It's an income strategy. It's wide. I mean, and profitability on it's okay. How do you feel about SPF being down 40 BPS right now? Well, I mean, today's going to price in more risk of a rate increase anyway, right? Because CPI is not out yet, so uncertainty's at its peak. Tomorrow should ease some of that, theoretically, or make it way worse. Why is Apple still above 180? Nobody's gonna buy $3,500 ski goggles. Nobody's really buying the rest of their shit either, actually. Liquidity can have an effect on price, but yes, it also has an effect on volume. I wrote a DD about that a while ago. Fear is being realized. Whether the fear is valid or not remains to be seen. Yeah, yeah. I got an iPhone 14 Pro the other day. Cool. Does that analysis not strike you as slightly biased, Jfresh? I haven't, Odorous Dan. I'll be sure to check it out though. It's literally the same as my iPhone X, just more cameras for some reason. Some would argue that the iPhone really hasn't changed ever. That they're all the same product in varying degrees of obsolescence. Like Odorous Dan's battery. No, I'm trading today. Seems like we're gonna see some mega drama this week with Gork and Jfresh. I think these rumors are completely out of control. Keep going. You're making the market drop. The iPhone is just a modernized version of the Lisa from the 1990s. Changed my mind. I don't know what that is. I have a theory that they make the iPhone screen lose brightness over the years. Wouldn't it do that? Wouldn't like I feel like there is some degradation there, right? Aren't they OLEDs? I'll never move to Philly. The best handheld device ever made was the Apple Newton. Are we just going to discuss obscure Apple products? Mm. Oh, there he goes. Numerology Mike in the house. Fluffy is at least he has an excuse. What's mine for continuing to play the market? What's up, Poopy Pants? My dad had an Apple Newton when I was a kid. Big as a brick, had a stylus and its own alphabet, so it didn't mistake letters that looked similar. Completely unusable. Apple Pippin, the first attempt Apple made at gaming? Huh. I think iPhones use LCD displays, but even the backlight on them does degrade, especially small die chips being driven hard. But Apple likely do artificially limit it more than otherwise. Probably. I mean, most of their business model is based on the planned obsolescence of their products, right? That way people will keep buying the same thing over and over again. So is Cleveland Fed's inflation nowcasting predicting tomorrow to read out the May 2023 line? It's the June one, isn't it? May 23 is past. I think it doesn't matter. I wasn't really taking into account, but hold on. Read out tomorrow's for inflation in May, right? Yes. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, their expected CPI for tomorrow is 0.19. Oh, that's below analyst estimates. The analyst estimate's 0.3. Same effect though, if it's 0.4, or higher. That still means that year over year inflation is up 3% on the year. My mistake there. It was 4 in the morning. But yeah, it's that number doesn't factor in to the rest of the analysis. So it doesn't skew the output. If it comes in at 0.4 or higher, it still raises the year over year CPI on the non-seasonally adjusted basis. Hey Girk, how would you define backwardation when an asset is higher than prices trading in the futures market. Or the front contract is higher, trading higher than the back contract. But what we're talking about isn't backwardation. We're talking about a disagreement in the pricing of volatility on the asset, not a disagreement in the pricing of the asset. I'm well aware of how it starts. I'm not going to say VIX is in backwardation. No, I'm not going to say it's moving towards backwardation, regardless of how much you tempt me. I know what you're trying to get me to do. I won't do it. But is it? See what you've done? Now Mr. Jayhawks thinks that the market's crashing. Well, assuming VIX were to be moving towards backwardation, if one were to make such a wildly bold assumption, that would mean that spot interest on the VIX would be net short, and future interest on the VIX would be net long. Which, you know, would be similar to things that we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Identical, not necessarily. VIX has not moved into backwardation frequently throughout its history. But I will say, as VIX moves into its roll period, where, you know, pricing disagreements do occur, that currently there is a disagreement about the implied volatility of that contract. It's incredibly rare for it to occur. I think since 2000 or so, it's only happened a handful of times. Not black swan. Just it hasn't. First of all, it hasn't happened. It happened in '08. It happened in October 2011. It happened during Volmageddon. And it happened, I think, during the COVID crash, where the roll yield exceeded like 1.5, 1%. Would you see this happening with enough time to react? If one were paying very close attention? Yes. If we crash into my pile of puts, I will literally never bother you, and I will get a pickle centaur tattoo on my butt. You know what? I want to see it. If you get a pickle centaur, I've got to see how that's interpreted by the artist. Okay, well, in '08, I think the backwardation started in February. Like the February 15th, and it went on for 21 days, and then it happened a few times. It happened again in June through July, and then the last time September through December. I think it happened in '09 again, briefly, but it wasn't the backwardation wasn't as crazy. So I mean, it could be very, very leading, right? It could also be kind of immediate, like it was in 2020. Yes, the quad witching specifically can have an effect on an event like that. Poopy pants. Stop asking me questions which have yes answers. Thank you, Popcorn Trader. My portfolio's in backwardation. So its future value is lower than its current value. A 4305 4310 straddle, that's a strangle. For June 20th, if bought this morning, would be up 10% right now. Is this the free money you were talking about? Yes. One second. The Amazon guy has gentle hands. So what's up, Secure? How you doing, man? I buy a lot of things on the internet. Do you have any exposure to lithium? No, because I think supply is going to increase quite a lot over the next like 3 to 5 years. So I'm not. I really don't think that the supply chain's going to tighten up that much. Maybe briefly, but not long enough for me to want to carry exposure. Is it possible to make any decent profit on SPY straddles if you close both legs at the same time? Or do you have to close the losing leg early if you're not going to hold for a reversal? Yeah, I mean you can make profits on straddles just closing it traditionally, right? Which means you would just close both legs simultaneously. I don't do that. But that's because the market has been, very, very range bound for several months now. So it's, overnight straddles, tend to see a repeat of the relative price action, right? So, the SPX has been kind of trading like this. And so if you're straddling every night, you're always printing both sides. And so yeah, I just hold the loser open, right? And the moves are great enough that you take very little risk in doing that. Like the moves are generally pretty large. So your profitability on the long, like the winning side is usually more than enough to offset the temporary losses on the losing side. You can also average down the losing side. You can sell puts against it or calls against it, right? So like, say I have like a 4300 straddle open, right? And we open at 4310 and we're gonna chop there for the day and I close the long side, but I still have this 4300 put open, right? I can sell a 4300 put against that intraday, right? And start profiting off of the theta decay instead of, losing to the theta decay. And I can keep that 4300 put open for, almost all the way till expiration. As you get closer, it gets harder to offset the cost, right? Like it has diminishing returns. But say we chop in this level for like 3 or 4 days, I can just leave this open, sell puts against it, and then if it starts to break down back to that original level, then I can close those short puts and let it ride. And then if it breaks down to like 4280, I close them out profitably. In the meantime, each night I can open up new straddles, right? It's capital intensive to do it that way, but it can be scaled down or scaled up. And there's no doubt that price action has been very volatile in the ranges we've traded in over the last several months. So, generally our highs because of the pumps are met with strong rejections, right? And so, we get these like 200 BPS moves up, followed by 200 BPS moves down, and it keeps going back and forth, which means that, you know, dead legs left open on straddles like that tend to be very profitable, and winning legs are sometimes in excess of 100% returns, right? Which means that your losing leg is already paid for, right? So you just get like free puts or free calls based on whatever's left floating in the account. I do try to minimize it to some degree. I try not to leave them floating for too long. If the price moves too far away, like say I have that 4,300 put still open and the call's closed out, but we moved up to like 4,350, right? You know, I'm gonna sell put spreads against this, right? So like, instead of selling at 4,300, I'd be selling at like 4,305 or 4310, right? And opening up the spread here in order to continue to capture as, you know, as much value on that sold contract day to day as I can, right? And then, you know, if the risk in the spread becomes excessively large, you know, beyond like probably like 20% of the initial capital allocation, then I'd probably just close it. And I would base that off, you know, probably price action. If this started to get rejected and it fell back to like 43, like 30, right? Or fell back to the collar, for instance, then, you know, I might average this down, right? Because we now have some momentum to the downside. And so I'll average the contract down, depending on how much theta I have left at that point. Or, you know, I'll close it out if, you know, this stabilizes above the collar, right? So, I mean, obviously there's a lot of decisions that need to be made, but, you know, and I would highly recommend paper trading them, but it's so advantageous to start from that delta neutral position every day, especially when, you know, macro data is not, you know, really paying attention to the fundamentals, and, you know, things are a bit irrational, right? And so, you know, like we get a bad CPI print like last month, or a bad PCE print and the market rallies, right? And then like being straddled at that moment is very advantageous because you don't have to pick, right? If the market decides to be irrational, so be it. And then, you know, based on our ranges and where we're trading and where call positioning and put positioning lie on the options chain, I'll scale the theta and the uh leverage on the position appropriately. So, you know, if we're trading in the upper range, I'm not going to buy a lot of call theta. I'm probably going to buy fewer calls than I'll buy puts because, you know, a reversion to mean is more likely, right? And the same is true on downside moves. If we've dropped 300 bps, I don't want to over leverage more puts, right? So I'll probably, you know, buy more theta on the call side. I'll probably leverage the call side a little more heavily. Do you think long COVID is making everyone go long? Maybe. I mean, JPOW did get COVID at the beginning of the year. So it's possible that maybe now he's just an idiot. We don't know what effect it had on him. There, you know, studies indicate that there could be some degree of brain damage there. I don't think he was intubated though, so the odds of brain damage are less. Okay, real question. Based on the formal definition, we aren't seeing true backwardation on the VIX, but some of the VIX behavior is similar symptoms basically to when backwardation does occur. There is a chance that backwardation could occur given the pricing disagreement on the VIX. The fuck? Hold on. At current prices, say you had 25K and you were looking at wheeling either GME or Fubo. Where your money go into? Fubo, because the higher IV. The yields on Fubo can be decent, but it's tricky to wheel. I would say that the yields on Fubo are probably better than GameStop due to the higher implied. Like your yields are going to be better because the IV is higher. Also, less capital at risk during the wheel process because it's a cheaper stack. But if you're going to use all 25,000, then it's the same. You might have a bit more ability to manage risk on the cheaper stock. Yeah, so I sold some bull put spreads on Target last week, and I had to close them because it started to fall. Yeah, I don't think it's recovering. I mean, consumer discretionary spending is dropping. We talked about this when Target first fell off, and I said I had a target of like like 116 on it, possibly even like back to 90. The contracting margins and increased competition mean they're losing market share, right? They're losing market share to Costco and Walmart, especially. Yeah, it's not great for them. I mean, I don't think Target's going out of business or anything like that, but I could continue to see it dropping more. What consideration should be taken with IV on straddles, particularly around events such as this week? Do not hold a losing leg into IV crash. It's rough. I've got to. I'm gonna have to run downstairs in a minute and go grab this package. He's gonna bring it into the lobby, and then I got to bring it upstairs. Did bond auctions have any effect on the market yet? I mean, yes. A significant amount of liquidity has been moved into T-bills over the last week. Can you enlarge the SPX price? Yeah, sure. Wheeling Fubo may incur more transaction costs due to the lower price. Yeah, I guess that depends on your broker and the fees they charge. Do you see $2 being a test this week for Fubo? Not particularly. I'd still kind of be surprised if it hit 2. I know it's up a little bit today, but I'd be surprised if it hit 2. I'd definitely be surprised if it held 2. Why do you open end of day straddles for overnight rather than intraday? Overnight returns on SPX are greater than intraday returns over time. There's futures drift and after hours trading that can account for a significant portion of each day's move. Giant cat tree? Tiny cat size espresso machine. What the fuck? Can you show us your green screen? Yeah, it's this right here. I don't have a green screen. I live in the WeBull app. I'm the AI they've been designing to help guide investors to spend more money on options premiums and thus commissions and fees. The things like knocks on the door and background noise are all simulated in order to give a more realistic feel. Did you buy the green screen at GameStop? No, it was $10 more there. So when we close this week at 43.50 and you yell at us for not hedging, do you want to just get that out now? Yeah, hedge your upsides. Don't be a fucking idiot. Pretty please look at AMC for me and the other 2 people in the world who are in it and give us good news. You bought a piece of shit. You should have sold it when it was up. People are going to the movies, but they have competition. Hedging is for losers. See, why do you want the hedging warning if you're not going to hedge? I just want to feel alive. Why do people still own AMC? It's back at like 2020 prices. It's like if GME went to $2. Can you show your position so regards can ghost, lose money, and then get all despondent and sad about how they mismanaged their ports? Nah. I just wanted you to know that in the last hour, I loaded up on QQQ and Spy. No, I seriously haven't. I just haven't bought anything in WeBull today. I just wanted you to know in the last hour, I loaded up on QQQ and Spy puts due to all the backwardation talk you've been doing. I said there was no backwardation. What do you see what you did, Poopy Pants? I clicked the like button. It felt great. Thanks, some guy James. Would you rather have 1 share of AMC or a pack of juicy fruit? Is it one of the big packs? Just a 5-pack? Yeah, I'd probably take the juicy fruit. That sounds good. I haven't had juicy fruit in a long time. You know, I've owned AMC more recently than I've had juicy fruit. You telling that guy his QQQ puts aren't going to print? Because that wouldn't be very cool of you, Gurk. I mean, he's made a decision based on nothing. because he was moderately intrigued for a brief second. That's frightening. Do you ever get the feeling that it might not matter what the inflation print or JPOW says, and that this pump is peaked, and they're going to dump it this week anyway? I do consider that frequently. Fruit stripe gum is where it's at. That burst of flavor for 30 seconds. Well, you add a new piece every 30 seconds and keep the flavor going. Juicy fruit is by far the best gum flavor. Okay, I hedged. Can the market fall now? According to my calculations, if we maintain the trajectory we have for the past month, we'll be at SPY 580 by the end of the year. Is your calculation a straight line drawn from the beginning of the year up? Do you spit out the flavorless? You just keep rolling out without spitting out the previous gum, right? That way a hint of flavor gets distributed through such a large volume of gum that the flavor actually persists longer and longer with each additional piece added. Why don't you just do Elliott waves while you're at it, Pie Polar Bear? I've been fading hedging since March. It's not going well. Yes, gum. GUM. I'd actually tried it with xylitol added so I can have teeth when I'm 80. I don't think that's gonna work. How much theta would you buy for a CPI straddle given the IV crush potential? Not a lot. Generally I straddle CPI outside of my overnight straddles. Like CPI and like Fed decisions, I'll have different positions. So I'll have like a shorter dated straddle tonight, for instance. I'll have a shorter dated straddle and then a longer dated straddle. So the shorter dated straddle is to capture like the morning volatility, and then the longer dated straddle is to capture the standard position. With FOMC though, I'll probably just pull back theta over the next few days on my straddles, bring them down to like 5 DTE or so. Do you see it, Girk? Do you see the pattern forming on the chart? Which one? The head and shoulders or the ups? Name something worse than QQQ. Adobe. How does VIX go up while SPX is going up? Easily. They're not always inversely correlated. It's repositioning. I mean, it's telling you that there's a lot of options interest within the auction window for VIX's pricing. It's also the VIX roll, and we're moving into the quarterly VIX expiration, which is big excite. It's not just a Head and Shoulders, it's a Centaur drop. I hope so. In reference to the guy who bought QQQ puts on no research on a whim, you need to be like me in 2021 when only after many hours of research on financial websites like our Superstock did I choose to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars. Uh, hey, Ghosted Dan. How you doing, man? Kind of sucks that Superstock shot themselves in the foot and killed any hope of the stock ever being what they hoped it would be, isn't it? I feel you. How to find the channel no matter what. Click subscribe, open subscriptions, find channel. If you can't figure that out, you shouldn't be trading stocks. I'm always a little more shadow banned than I was previously. I don't know if you saw they introduced a bill to can Gensler. Yeah, he's fucking up all their ill-gotten crypto gains that they've been hiding offshore, right? That's gotta really suck if you're a politician trying to hide assets. Do you own anything in camo? No. Should I? I used to have a pair of pants that were blue camouflage. Not like the navy one, but lighter. For hiding in the water. Blue Tiger Camo MP5 was the way in COD4. Like periwinkle camouflage? Yeah. If I ever needed to hide in a flower garden, I would have had the right accoutrement. FTX was using Solana with First Citizens. What if crypto is just a big scam to hide money? I know, it's crazy. Look at guilt. The Bank of England may or may not have a small inflation problem. If it's a big scam to hide money, then it's working exactly as intended. Yeah. But all those well-adjusted people mining. 3% SPX drop this week would probably save my puts. Why does it seem an impossible ask? Because you've been holding the pain trade. And that's always hard. But sometimes it's very, very worth it. Not always. Sometimes. JPOW's doesn't speak tomorrow. The FOMC meeting's on Wednesday. Well, I said right now, unless there's a future sell-off, it's pretty likely that we close between 315 and 43.15 and 43.25. I think I've said that 20 times today now. But thank you for asking again and clarifying. Also, thanks. What was the last person thing you dressed up as for Halloween? It was Ryu. Yeah. It's always Ryu from Street Fighter. It's easy. I just put on a gi and a headband. And I look like a fat version of him. So it works out. Where do you think GME is going to end today? I don't know. Somewhere between 23 and 24. New Halloween party idea. Only invite crypto bros. I don't know any. Well, I know Gaff, but today's so bullish, even VIX turned bullish. Yeah, yeah. Would a lot of people buy puts at this level expecting a defense of the JPM collar? A lot of people sell calls at this level to take advantage of the JPM collar. How tall is Gaff? I don't know. I have no idea. SPX up, VIX up, Nvidia up, Tesla up, Apple up, GME up, Upstart up. Surprisingly, your boy Tootsie Roll down, leading indicator. I love how for like months I was like, hey man, Upstart's looking really good. It's really attractively priced between $18 and $12. And then it goes to 30 and everyone's like, why is Upstart not going down, Girk? Why is it staying here at 30? I hate all of you sometimes. That's all. What's going on with Doric? Did somebody say Tootsie Roll? The stock with better dividends than Nvidia? Jesus Christ. It's because of currently underwater Fubo positions. I don't know. Fucking buy the dip. If you don't like being underwater. Sell cover calls. Have you ever thought about active lifestyle and more conservative eating? Yeah, I used to do that. It sucked. I have money now. I can be as fat as I want. How can you have amazing mods like Dork and Carl and then let sociopaths run, like Fluffy, run the fucking stream? Well, I don't know who timed you out there, but I would say Carl's responsible for more timeouts than Fluffy. I played Upstart twice when it ran to 24. The one time it runs past 30, I decided not to play it. I think it was just really funny that it went up like 100% from its lows, and then people were like, but for months people were like, oh, look at that shit Upstart play. It's so garbage. It'll never have any value. And then those same people now are like, when's Upstart gonna go down so I can get in on it? Fuck all of those people. I hope Upstart stays at 32 forever. You never get a buy-in again. You're not new, and it's never been a good time to load up on MULN. It's the company's not even real. Some of us had in the money cover calls that got called away. So sell CSPs. I bought at 12 and sold at 22. So you wait, so you bought something and then it turned into more money than you originally had? Sad face? Really? No, I'm sorry, your fucking magic wallet's not performing to the level that you'd like. Welcome to Pigeon or Dillionaire Plex. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the stream or the country club after the stream. One of those things. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club. What was the bull thesis for Upstart? They're making less and less money every quarter for the last 5 quarters. Ah, but they're beating analyst estimates. We're in a tight. I wrote a fucking DD on it.
Go read it. Don't ask me stupid questions. You were here for all of it, so you should know. Wheeling Upstart worth it now? Probably not. I mean, choose your timing appropriately. Welcome to Gamblers Anonymous. Everyone is beating analyst expectations. What does that tell you? I don't care about your position, Mr. Gold. JP Morgan increased his price target with PBR. Okay, JP Morgan's not an individual, it's a bank. So JP Morgan increased their price target. It's not just Jamie Dimon. But that makes sense. Looks like the more left-leaning government in Brazil still doesn't want to give up their fat dividends. Who would have seen that coming? He's not talking about Pabst Blue Ribbon. No, from the grave. It was a special occasion. But... Never mind. I've been to the Morgan Library. No, dork. The beer that is worth less than recycling deposit for the can it comes in. Oh, I update. Mm, 43.25 falling off a little bit. Total net gamma for the 0DTs remains positive, but it is sliding a little. I don't know if this is going to be a point of capitulation because they're just buying more 43.15s again. I think they're going to try to stabilize it here into the overnight session at least. Are you selling at the money covered like bear put or bear call spreads again? They're risky. What's up, Bedhead? How you doing, man? Lurking beneath the what waters? I know somebody said they could get us access to his former office for a few hours.
be the latest people to do it in there, but are you inviting me to have sex in JP Morgan's office? Thanks. Did Hazy ever make a parody video of Mice and Men featuring Super Stonk as Lenny and DRS GME as the petting soft things? If he had, he wouldn't be banned right now. Buying Upstart low, then selling high worked, and most people aren't complaining about that. However, you've also said stuff like Upstart has shorts at 30, and thus unlikely 30. I mean, it hasn't exceeded 30 by very much. SPX unlikely 4,300. It was. Sometimes the unlikely happens. It's almost like the market is chaotic. I'm trying for a sinister vibe. You're not going to be able to pull that off after all this time. One of the better proposals you've gotten on this stream. Yeah, it was classy. Yes. Oh, okay. I'll think about it. Gherk TFC, the banks are strong and resilient. I have to weigh the desire to have sex in James Pierpont Morgan's office against my desire to never hang out with any of you in real life. Is it okay if I whisper, "I'm gonna fuck your puts" in your ear? I need to know the terms and like what's gonna be acceptable. SoFi is probably gonna go up. Only if you call them putsies. Well, then I'd follow it up with so hard. Wait, what? Road trip to New York City? No. Black Swan, even though unlikely, will definitely happen in the next 2 weeks. Which is the Black Swan event? The market pushing even higher? The market crashing? Is there a reality where you accept that a technical bull market can exist and continue in the face of all of the bearish data in the world? Genuine question, not a troll. Yeah, if more capital comes in and supports these levels, and it isn't just going to be held up by derivatives, then I'll buy calls and go long. I can accept the fact that the market can be irrational. I just don't see anything to sustain its irrationality right now. If it becomes sustainable, then I'll go long and accept defeat. I'm not an unreasonable person. I may seem like I am, but I'm not. LOL, please don't stream it. Also, make MOASS your safe word. I mean, I'm gonna stream it. Surfa changed their name. You're just gonna keep timing him out till he stops talking to you. Any chance this is the new normal? It's been crazy like this ever since they introduced zero DTEs. Sure, but it increases tail risk. Someone's gonna sell eventually. It's not like people are gonna just buy forever. And when they do, it all comes crumbling down, right? It's not accepting defeat, it's adapting to market conditions, as any good trader should. People don't want to hear that. People want a YouTube apology video. Sorry if you're repeating. So all of the price action is derivative driven. If so, why can't that continue indefinitely? Because the risk on the position increases over time. The more you drive it up, the more the risk increases. You have to sell puts closer and closer to the money in order to get the same amount of effective leverage. Right? So you keep pushing, but you run out of gas to push with. Can you go over what would cause support to come in and come in again to maintain these prices? I mean, it would require capital flows into equities. People, there would have to be an agreement among participants that the current level of valuations are fair and sustainable, which currently hasn't happened. I'm just saying that it makes sense that people are frustrated at the state of the market's prolonged irrationality. Yeah, it does. I understand it. You know, a lot of YouTubers aren't, like, they're full of shit, right? Like, they're just like, oh, this is the thing I think will happen, and then it either happens or it doesn't. There's no skin in the game. I've been short for quite some time now. I know just as well as anyone how hard it is to maintain it. Literally never, Stefan. You either adapt and succeed or you fail and die. That's the market. There's no apologies. Oh, I do prefer that it would, obviously. And it will in time. How much time is always the question. But theoretically, with enough money, can't you hedge your risk indefinitely? But the positions aren't profitable. Most of these days, they're a net loss, especially when they hit resistance. So now, you know, like right now, and you know, the end of last week, they're just trying to sustain pricing enough that they don't lose money, but they're not making any money, right? So it's not a net positive. Oh man, prolonged irrationality in the market. Isn't there a saying about that? Yeah. Found an interesting data point. Before the COVID crash, movie release dates got pushed back and had stacked summer releases. This summer, Oppenheimer, Mission Impossible, Indiana Jones, Flash, and Barbie. I mean, don't movies come out every summer? I never got an apology video for not hedging NVIDIA earnings. I mean, I couldn't have made it more clear that a hedge was necessary into NVIDIA's earnings. I must have said it 200, 300 times that week. Maintaining can be difficult, but anything longer than 4 hours, see a doctor. I like how Girk explains things followed by right, as if he's talking to peers that are all on the same page. So optimistic. That's the most stacked single release weekend since COVID. Okay. Do we need to hedge our over-leveraged SPX put positions for CPI and FOMC? Well, you need to not be over-leveraged on your positions in the first place. So you're kind of trying to work backwards at that point, right? Are they selling SPX puts again? They might be, but if they are, there's an equivalent number of them being bought. Or they're not selling them within the VIX expiration window or the VIX auction window, which is also possible. When apology, oh, here's my apology for you, Rocket Randall Hood. Go fuck yourself. A bunch. When's my apology for when you called me a shill for saying BBBY wasn't gonna fucking squeeze? It was sincere. I meant it. Hang on, slow down. Bobby isn't gonna squeeze. I like how you retracted it because you don't want people to know you said anything bullish about Bobby, Edwin. Bobby did exactly what I said it would do after it ran, which was die. It's still dead. Can you explain what makes VIX and SPX rip together? We'll see. It's the futures roll, so there's going to be an increase in volatility. New hedges, new positions. Hmm.
Well, this is interesting. Everything's just stopped. Is this where we just close variance swaps? All right. One of these days, I swear I'm gonna go to a meeting and come back to SPX all-time high. Did I miss bullish news or something? No. Oil's down 500 BPS. Is it? Futures is just trading at 43.28. Oh, okay. Well, there's really no calls up there. What the fuck is moving? Futures is flat. Futures is still way off from the August high. The August high on futures was 43.87. Oh, some fucking 43.20 DTs. Hmm. Well, that's because VIX is going up. I think it's about to go up more. Jesus fucking Christ. Dork. Whoops. Sorry. Hmm. SPX going parabolic? Why? I don't know. It just pumped really briefly here. I don't know if it's sustainable. There's no calls in this range. 43.30 increased a little bit, but they're still very low relative to the 43.25 strike. And we're moving towards expiration, so Charm's going to start to crush those a bit. Out of the money call volume. Hold on. Look at this. I mean, 43.25 positioning has been dropping since like 150, 250. So for the last 15 minutes. pump is a bit odd, actually. I don't think this lasts. Stop hunt, or maybe just another big repositioning here. This wasn't particularly driven by futures either. Like futures volume's been very low through here as well. Maybe it's the new contract. Yeah, the new contract got a little bit of a volume spike. I'm watching them both. So ESM and ESU. This looks a lot like Jan 2022 in a lot of ways. Well, it'll look more like it if it fails right now. Hmm. Crypto money coming back into equities. Um, yeah, Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's down a little bit today. It was down a bunch over the weekend. Is today's UBBYs all intended to provide some cover for longer dated put buying or repositioning? I mean, they could be closing longer dated short puts on the upside here. We saw some of the short put position bleed out last week. Um, but I wouldn't say enough. Ooh. Is that the daily or the 1 minute? 1 hour? 1 minute. Looks still going up. CPI tomorrow. This looks very pre-SLD pump. Yeah, this is just futures buying now on the September contract.
How does it feel to be $6 above the top of your green box? And fine if it fails. VIX's still moving up, huh? A little bit of 0DT buying at 43.35. 43.40. Well, volume at 43.40, 43.45, 43.50. Gamma on those is still really low, though. Don't we usually see a lot of delta neutral positioning going into CPI prints? Is nobody straddling CPI this time? Well, if they are, they haven't bought their straddles yet. I need to look at tomorrow's expiration. 613. Okay, interesting. Well, there's definitely no call side support to the upside there for tomorrow. Is there any news out there that we've missed? I don't see anything. No, I don't think so. Hmm. Are they selling like short dated 0 DTEs from 43 between 43 and 43.25? What the fuck's going on with 4300? The net gamma at 4300 is nosedived. Well, this is fun. What's NASDAQ doing? Similar? Yeah, NASDAQ's starting to push up above its resistance too. Although, is it down from its peak right now? No. It broke a 52-week high. Why is my debit card banned from Ko-Fi? It's not, obviously. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to send me a fucking Ko-Fi. Were you already stopped out of your call side straddle from earlier today? Yeah. I mean, it's just another day of like calls getting cheap into the end of the day, right? Although they're not all going in the money, so. And VIX keeps going up. Why does the SPX look like the price of a 0DT contract going in the money into a charm spike 1 delta? We'll find out before the day is done, I'm sure. I know the price is as high as it's been since August and Feb, but RSI is just as overbought as well. Unsustainable. I mean, they're still just pumping with 0DTEs, so yeah. Hashtag fix VIX. VIX is up a shitload today. Credit cards. Hey, could you loan me $3? I don't think they market priced in 0.25 with a pause. Wait, what? What do you mean? You don't think the market priced in 0.25 and a pause? So you're saying they do 0.25 and then say a pause for July? If they need to do 0.25, it's because their projection changed. So if they do 0.25, then they're gonna do another 0.25, right? Because they need to get their trajectory back on course. Yeah, RSI can stay overbought for a very... Yeah, you're correct, Wesley. VX up 1.59% on the day. Meanwhile, VIX 7.44%. Yeah. That's correct. If only RC hadn't moved VIX earnings. I mean, part of the pump already is algo buying. We'll see. I don't know. I bought 4320 DTEs. So let's see if my 40 minutes to expiration net me some profits. I still think we close between like 43.25 and 43.15, but this pump's crazy. I wonder if they think CPI is going to be hot. I mean, it shouldn't be. Like, headlines shouldn't be hot. Right? When were the OPEC cuts? April? Or end of March? I wonder if that's on the April or the May print. Hmm. Isn't this what it would look like if you were short vol and were flipping your position? Yeah. But it hasn't happened yet. They're expecting a 12% drop in headline. If it comes in flat or up, it's bearish to the market. Well, hawkish for the Fed, right? I mean, increased inflation's technically bullish for the market, right? So bearish for expectations, bullish for profits. Well, yeah, who would buy options without theta? Yeah, that's crazy. Who would do that? Yeah, the market has priced in dovishness. But I don't know if the market's in agreement that an increase in month over month inflation is going to force the Fed's hand, right? It'll increase fear that it could force the Fed's hand, but maybe not sufficiently until the Fed's hand is revealed. These pumps are stronger than anything we saw in 2021. It's just parabolic nonstop, especially QQQ. Yeah, they're ridiculous. There's no selling going on because everyone already sold all their equities. Right? So it's all just derivative driven day after day. Otherwise people would be taking profits, right? We'd have natural price discovery or more natural price discovery. So far they've been unsuccessful in scaring that money back into the market. Zero GT is going from negative 800 million to positive 800 million in 20 minutes. It was pretty nuts. That was a crazy fucking pump. I wonder how they're dealing with all the reverse splits on the leveraged VIX products. That's got to be a problem when you're massively short all the leveraged VIX products. That's kind of what triggered Volmageddon. Well, partially. Nothing pumps forever. Said what a month ago? That's still true. A month ago we were trading at 4,200. Now we're at 43. If the market drops 15%, I don't give a shit how high it goes up before it does it. That was probably JPM collar hedging with futures. I mean, some of it, but I don't think not all of it. There was a lot of zero DTs thrown in there. They came in very, very fast. Yep, still bearish.
Is DWAC actually worth anything? Like, is it worth money? Enough money to buy puts on it? Isn't it laughably ironic how we all spent so much time making fun of people calling 4,500 by the end of the year? That shit ain't so far off at the moment. This is nuts. I mean, 4,500 is still very far off, but it's as far off as, like, 4,100. Actually, it's further than 4,100, but anyway. Yeah, 4,500 still seems very much out of reach. None of the other stocks are picking up any value, right? The breadth would start to have to collapse. No, it's not. What do you mean? No, it's not. Stocks move faster down than up. Did you not witness the last 30 minutes? They move up. They move faster up. I mean, dude, we went up like 50 BPS, 44 BPS to the peak. It's like 4 strikes. Well, from the start of where volume came in, which began at 240. Like the actual pump part of the pump. Not just it grinding against 4320. And it looks like it's starting to break down. Still 30 minutes left. Plenty of in the money call buying to keep it at this price, though. $43.40 isn't increasing, however, so the out of the money call buying is dropping off.
43.40 dropping. Let's see. They'd have to buy more futures, I think, to get it higher here. Otherwise, it's just gonna fail. There are days where SPX dropped 25 BPS in 5 minutes in June last year. There were bigger ones than that. I've seen the SPX drop like 50 BPS in one candle. More than once. I think plenty of people in here have seen that. Who is this person? We've been having a lot more 40, 50 BPS moves to the upside than the downside recently. Yep. Yeah, we haven't had a good sell-off since Friday. But that was like 50 BPS in 15 minutes. The video wants to go back to 400. It pumped up. I don't know. This is losing volume. NQ setting lower highs. Volume's falling off. Yes, getting bogged down at 43.80 a bit. Volume's also decreasing there. And then the June contract at resistance. Well, is it just above? Although it does look like it's failing to break out of this. The June contract actually had a little bit of a higher spike there. So maybe that was just like rolling forward long positions to the June contract. From the June contract to the September contract. Schiller PE at 30.19. Bullish. I mean, yeah, technically, right? It's super bullish. Why is everyone so desperate to buy Upstart now? It's literally the same company it was at $15, but twice as expensive. Well, they had some changes since it was $15. they've continued to grow their book, and someone came in to buy up a bunch of the debt they were carrying, so that helps. They were carrying a bunch of those loans on their balance sheet, and Castle Lake came in and put an offer on the table for $4 billion and bought a bunch of the inventory they were carrying. So that frees up their balance sheet quite a bit and changes their valuations. But I don't think anyone still cares about AMC. Well, maybe. There's probably still people buying it for a short squeeze or whatever. Not many, but probably still some. How do you even neutrally position into CPI with prices where they are? I mean, you buy puts? Fuck, I don't want to straddle at these prices. I cut my 401k contributions in half because the price is too high. That's pretty ridiculous. Hmm. Sell the fuck out of VIX. I need to check something. Hold on. Son of a bitch. How does this affect the JPM collar? I mean, it doesn't. They hedge the upside. It doesn't cause them to move it or anything. Sold calls getting squeezed? I don't think so. I mean, JPM's not going to move theirs, right? And most of them are dated for like 721, so they're not gonna capitulate so easily. Some shorter dated ones might have gotten squeezed at like 43.20. If anybody was greedy enough to sell out the collar. But I don't think like anything at like 43, like 25 is really moving much. Thoughts on why GME is recovering on no news? GME is going up because the market's pumping like fucking crazy. Did we talk about the implications of the Fed not bidding on the 10-year at all? They don't want to buy shit. They have a fuck ton on their balance sheet that they need to offload. Why would they be picking up even more 10-year notes? Why does JPM sell so many calls every quarter in bulk for the collar without moving the market? It's just because they're 5% out of the money, or because they're doing some deal with the MM? But it's part of their hedged equity fund. It's a fixed rate of return. SLD starts on Wednesday and carries through next Monday, and then OPEC's settlement is next week. Take us through what's happening in the JPM war room right now. There's a computer somewhere that's buying futures to hedge the upside of the collar. And then as the price moves back towards the collar, it'll sell futures. And then if it moves further away from the collar, it'll buy them again. They decided to liquidate my QQQ 360 call this morning instead of one of my mini put positions because of slightly underwater upstart sold calls. Really? You can set it so they don't automatically close your positions, right? I know that now. Oh, okay. Well, markets are closed next Monday in observance of Juneteenth. Yeah, I know. It's the market open, so it'll be opening bell on Tuesday. Do you recommend QQQ over XSP for straddles? I think QQQ is probably better than XSP. Also, XSP is really illiquid at a lot of strikes. You probably find more liquidity trading like micros. Someone in Billionaire Chat showed me how. You just call them and tell them not to do it anymore and they'll change it. Hmm. All right, what call positions are in the money right now? What the fuck is the beneficiary of this pump? AMD and Amazon? Nothing else is really up that much. Tesla's up a little bit. Meta. That's 5 days ago. That's old news. No news from Meta. AMD news? KeyBank raises price targets. Salesforce CRM on Monday doubled its venture capital fund for generative AI startups to 500 million. Unveiled AI cloud service that hopes to attract enterprises by offering the company's AI-powered products under one umbrella. Okay, so nonsense. I don't really see any significant news anywhere. Just more pumping. Hmm. 11 minutes to market close. I'm not sure any of you have ever traded an index during a bull market, but this is not how they behave. Small cap showing weakness heading into close. Is Russell dropping? Yeah, a little more weakness, but not a ton. Oh, I'm sorry. The fuck? Yeah, not a ton. Gherkin 9261 is the Discord ID. Wait, what? Mine's 3681. Send me a friend request. Can you ban him? They're usually not even on our server. I mean, report them, first off. But it's pretty rare that they're on our server. Hmm. Okay, well, these 4340s are slipping out of the money, and 4330 and 25 have collapsed. So they'll need to buy in the money positions, maybe 4330s. At least in the next 7 minutes to keep the price at this level. I think irrational markets till October, then massive downs. That's kind of a long. Why? What reason? Rate decision is right before JPAS speaks Wednesday, right? Yeah. Are you hedging with calls tonight? Yeah, I mean we have CPI in the morning, so I have to. I mean, I'm not really hedging anything. I'm just gonna buy a straddle again. But I still have the 4,300 leg open for 630. So I guess I could strangle. Nah, it's too far out of the money. I'm just gonna straddle it again. If you want to strangle it, favor the downside slightly. Does buying a put at the money and a call a bit out of the money make sense? Yeah. I mean, I guess you would just buy. Wouldn't you just buy both out of the money and then buy an extra put? So you're reducing the cost on the call leg because you're assuming it can't go higher, right? But if you're assuming it can't go higher, then you're also assuming it's going to go down. So why would you just buy both out of the money? I don't think they're going to squeeze out any of the leveraged funds. They already started to roll short positions into the September contract. And that's really the only positioning they care about, right? The VIX is strong and resilient. It's doing pretty well. I wonder how far along the roll is at this point, though. So the roll's about 50% done right now. 49.93%. Are you closing VIX calls here? I closed some this morning. I opened some more when we bottomed out. Like, well, I didn't nail the bottom, but I got them like right here when it started to turn around. Those I'm gonna keep. I mean, I still have a price target before I close out most of the position, and then I'm gonna leave some runners. But it's up quite a bit. I wish it was moving a bit more because it feels like, you know, theta's just eating away at the position when it just fucking stalls out like this. But how can you tell how much of the roll is complete? They track it. Rip to the green box. It's not even like a quarter of a standard deviation outside of the range. That's not really relevant. There's an acceptable margin of error. And given that these are all 0 DTEs, I think I'm okay with it. Ding ding. Day's done. Well, they managed to keep the 43.35s in the money. That was interesting. Roll's about halfway done. VIX is still pretty elevated. I kind of want to see if this sells off overnight a bit, because futures is massively overbought, and there don't appear to be any buyers on it above like 43.90. So for the September contract, and then ES hasn't even tapped 43.50 yet, or like the ESM, which is the June contract. So we'll see what the purpose of this was. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, most of it was futures buying once we went above the collar, and then just a shitload of 0 DTs going in the money. Looks like 43.40s closed, so just out of the money. And that was the biggest pile of gamma on the chain. Yeah, well, I guess some of them sold off on the last candle, but prior to the last candle, it was the biggest pile on the chain. So we'll see what positioning looks like tonight, but good chance we pull back below the collar going into CPI in the morning. If no short positions have been entered yet, they'll come in the early morning as volatility picks up. June 21 straddles 43.05, 43.10. Bought this morning, are now 20% at close. I believe you now. Buttlicker, you're gone now, but I'll let you know something. I'm not your personal fucking stock picker or your financial advisor.
I hedge my bear call spreads, and I just want to say, fuck you for giving me the fear to buy calls all the way up here. I mean, it could still go higher. We're not at the middle of the week yet. Anyway, all right. Thank you guys. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.